Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
Vysoká škola CEVRO se snaží rozvíjet toho člověka jako takového, aby se uplatnil přesně v tom oboru, ve kterém se vzdělává.
Jsem ráda za to, že nejsem jenom číslo v systému.
Naši absolventi se dostávají do velmi vysokých pozic.
Vím, že můj zaměstnavatel věděl o vysoké škole CEVRO a věděl, že to teda známka kvality.
Diplom z vysoké školy CEVRO má velkou hodnotu v soukromé sféře, v biznisu, ale také ve veřejné správě.
Tady jsou vždycky lidi z praxe. Když máme bezpečnostní strategii, tak tady jsou lidi, kteří ji psali.
Vlastně skoro každý týden tady můžete potkat někoho, kdo něco znamená.
Já zejména kladu důraz na to, aby hledali primární zdroje, aby se nenechali ovládat.
Co mě nejvíc baví je, že kdykoliv těm svým vyučujícím můžu zavolat, napsat.
A doopravdy to studium nebylo jenom samotné studium, ale i to řešení těch problémů v tom profesním životě, kterým se setkáváte.
Nás dobře připravili prostě právě na to, jak rychle se ten svět vyvíjí.
Naučil mě to přemýšlet o některých mechanismech, které se v té společnosti dějou.
Ta praktičnost, po které já prahnu, tak prostě to byla v každé přednášce.
V podstatě hnedka moje první práce. Nebylo to pro mě žádný velký střet s realitou, protože už ten střet s realitou jsem v podstatě zažila tady.
Vysoká škola by měla těm studentům předat nejenom ty znalosti a vědomosti, které tady nabudou, ale zejména i nějaké morální hodnoty.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Už 25 let nejsme na obranu sami. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme NATO.
We are NATO. An alliance of like-minded countries. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomats. Crisis response. We are NATO.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Dámy a pánové, dobré dopoledne. Tak, dámy a pánové, ještě jednou dobré dopoledne. Poprosím vás o zaujetí míst. Děkuji.
Dear President of the Senate, Prime Minister, Minister, Lady Ministers, Lord Robertson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to warmly welcome you to the 11th edition of National Security Conference called Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, which is being held after 5 years again in the magnificent premises of the Spanish Hall to mark the 25th anniversary of our accession to NATO. Perhaps a non-traditional start. Those who were born on March 12, 1999 are 25 years old today. And thanks to their membership in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, they were born into the world, as was the wish of all generations since the founding of Czechoslovakia in 1918. They were born in a world which is sovereign, free, democratic, and above all peaceful. And all these generations since 1918 wanted to live in a world like that. And let's just remind ourselves that the era of the First Republic lasted only for 20 years, and then we had some 50 years of totalitarian rule. And this period is a very non-standard. We also mark the anniversary of the end of the fall of the Iron Curtain. And since then, we've lived in a peaceful world, in a democratic world, in security, thanks to NATO, thanks to the ties based on the transatlantic alliance. I would also like to mention another contextual thing. Before Czechoslovakia was a member of the Warsaw Pact for a total of 36 years. And today, the Czech Republic is a member of NATO for 25 years. So we still have 10 years to go to, equal these two memberships, to 11 years to reach the time balance of membership in both organizations. On March the 12th, 1999, it was not only the army, which in many eyes is now prospering thanks to the 2% of GDP joined the army. It was the whole Czech Republic, the whole society, which is benefiting from these high security guarantees. And I would like to thank the government for being able to achieve the 2% GDP defense spending. And I'm glad that we all realize that defense spending is not just spending, but it is considered to be a strategic investment into our prosperity. This sense of security, which as the title of the conference says, our security cannot be taken for granted. This sense of security, some people do take for granted. They feel it's forever here. And in this perspective, sometimes it might feel that the heroic defense of the Ukrainians against the biggest aggression on the European continent since the Second World War is warmongering, while the unleashing of a ruthless war to be a peaceful initiative. But it is not so. So we have to realize what the situation truly is.
Já bych chtěl tady ještě zmínit, že máme před sebou velmi nabitý program.
I would also like to mention that we have a very busy agenda, and that's why I will keep my introductory speech very short. We have a very diverse representatives. We have politicians, both from the coalition and the opposition. We have top representatives of the security area, also representatives of the defense industry and the arms industry, because as I've tried to mention and try to explain, security is a matter of us all. Finally, let me thank all the partners without whom we could not have organized today's conference. So it's the strategic partner, Sever University, general partner CSG and Tatra, also exclusive partner Lockheed Martin, also our main partners BAE and Colt CZ Group, as well as Beltextron, BPD partners and Omnipol, and also the Ministry of Defense of the Czech Republic and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, NATO. And now I would like to ask Jiří Šedivý to take to the stage, former Chief of Staff who was in this position at the time we joined NATO and who actually wears a tie on this unique opportunity and unique occasion. Dear President of the Senate, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will say a few remarks from the position of the Chief of Staff or former Chief of Staff of the General Staff. 25 years ago, we joined a new era in the existence of the Czech Republic, and we became a full-fledged member of the Transatlantic Alliance. But it was not just the army that joined NATO, but the entire society. But it is true that the army played a crucial role. Army is part of our society, and we all have to be aware of that. So, one piece of remembrance. Army is influenced by the society, but vice versa, both in the negative and positive sense. We slowly approached this understanding of army and its role. But still, sometimes our allies had to give us a lesson. In 1997, General George Luen visited the Czech Republic. I met with him in General Nekvasil's office, and we debated the importance of our joining NATO. And General asked us, so what do you think the biggest benefit of Czech Republic's joining NATO will be? We didn't know what the best sentence, what the best formulation would be, regarding the position of the Czech Republic, security, and so on. And we presented our views to General, and General Luen said, "That's all true. That's true. But guarantees are important. But the main benefit for the Czech Republic is, and for NATO, is that the Czech Republic will become a zone of stability, member of the zone of stability. It will bring investors to your country, development, and other benefits. In 1998, direct foreign investments were $14.5 million, and in 2002, 40 million, and in 2022, several times more. So we have to look at our NATO accession in this light as well. It was an important milestone, but not the end of the road. It was the beginning of hard work, and the hard work still continues. It was not easy to change the army, because the army back then was still the army burdened by the legacy of the past. No, burdened by the label of former Warsaw Pact army. So we had to change the army to fulfill the standards of NATO. At first, we started to participate in the Partnership for Peace program that we joined in 1994. It was on the 10th of March, so 30 years ago. It was the initiative launched by the United States. And it was an initiative that was initiated by President Clinton himself, who is also a guest at this conference. We were given the opportunity of close cooperation with other NATO members. And before our joining of NATO, the Czech Republic, with its army, joined the first NATO-led mission. Back then, it was a mission meant to stop the atrocities in the Balkans. In 1996, it started on the 1st of January 1996, and in cooperation with the British division, it was a huge contribution to the development of our army and the building of our security system. Our army fulfilled its objectives in all following missions, be it in the Balkans, in the Middle East, in Afghanistan. Now we have missions in Slovakia, in the Baltic states, and in other countries as well. I'm not saying that all is rosy and problem-free, but our resolve is being continuously developed, and our original enthusiasm was replaced by experience. Yes, our army changed. Since 1999, when we joined NATO, and when we still did not fulfill all the NATO standards, today we have an army in 2024, which is both in its culture and mentality of professional soldiers, a full-fledged army of NATO. In 2005, the army became fully professional, that our allies can fully rely on, as well as our citizens. As the army proved whenever the Czechs needed it, we have highly educated professional soldiers at all levels. They are graduates of army schools, both in the Czech Republic as well as abroad. In the structures and staffs of NATO, slowly but continuously, many of them received new experience. We have representatives and soldiers in the structures of NATO who are partners to all other allies. As the first country of the former Warsaw Pact countries, we had a member of the command who is now our president. Over 30 soldiers, including one female soldier, died in NATO missions, and their death is not for nothing. Today, we mark our accession to NATO at the time where war has been waging for 2 years in the east, where Ukraine is trying to defend Russian aggressor. After years when our defense spending did not meet the 2% GDP commitment, last year a new law was adopted which secures the 2% GDP spending for years to come, which gives new perspective for the development of our army. Our army has to be built and developed as a reliable army, which is a full-fledged army of NATO structures. This is the only way to deter any aggressor, including Russia, from any other war adventures. It is the only way to deter any adversary who could want to bring war to our territory.
Děkujeme, pane generále.
Thank you very much, General, for reminding us of the importance of 20 years of the Czech Republic in the alliance. And now I would like to invite Prime Minister Petr Fiala. The President of the Senate, Minister, Your Excellencies, guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is a great honor for me to open this conference again that takes place on the day when we celebrate 25th anniversary of the accession of the Czech Republic to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. 12th of March 1999 is the date that I consider to be one of the most important days in our modern history. It was the day that was a historical milestone for our security. My government has been concentrating on the fact that the membership in NATO is not just a universal excuse for being passive or careless. We consider that our membership in NATO is a responsible partnership. To be part of the alliance gives us the strongest security guarantees, but also it gives us a unique opportunity to coordinate our steps with allies and thus multiply the impact of our own initiatives. The motto that security cannot be taken for granted, and this has been confirmed many times in the past year, is a motto of my government as well. We do everything in order for the Czech Republic to have an active, well-thought, transparent policy, as we believe that only such a policy can deter aggressors. In the past 2 years, therefore, we did quite a lot of work. The key success of our government was the commitment to invest 2% of GDP into defense, and that has been also passed in form of a law. The current budget of the ministry is over 151 billion crowns, plus additional 8.6 billion in other budgetary sections. Almost half of the budget of the Ministry of Defense goes into investment into arms, infrastructure, and state-of-the-art technologies that actually support our security. And a major part of these investments are provided by our local defense industry, either independently or in cooperation with foreign partners. Another similarly important successes of the Czech Republic is the execution of the Defense Cooperation Agreement with the USA, then launch of intensive modernization of the Czech Army, then drafting and adopting a new security and defense strategy, then fast refocus of the Czech energy sector, towards independence of Russian resources, then our military, economic and humanitarian support of Ukraine, and last but not least, responsible fulfillment of tasks within NATO, for example, protecting the airspace above Eastern Europe. I've been talking about all these topics already in the past 2 years at this conference. So I would like to focus in more detail today on two most hot topics of our defense policy, and that is the modernization of the Czech Air Forces, and also on how we respond together to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. And to conclude, I will also talk about the doubts related to our involvement in support of Ukraine that we can hear in the public space. As for the first topic, modernization of the air forces, it is the major change in our defense since the Czech Republic as an independent state was founded. Our minister, Jana Černochová, together with the U.S. ambassador, Bijan Sabet, signed a memorandum that will get us closer to procuring 24 F-35 aircraft of the 5th generation. This is a long-term intention by which we fulfill our policy statement, and we confirmed it will cost 150 billion crowns. Together with the operational costs, it will be even more. It is the largest contract in the history of our army, and that's why we pay a lot of attention to it. We cannot forget that we are talking about securing space of the Czech Republic for a long time. This acquisition should cover our needs until 2060s. Our decision responds to the changing conditions in the world and is based on a thorough analysis of what we need and what are the prevailing tendencies within NATO and other countries. This analysis recommended F-35s as a long-term solution with the same ratio of the powerness and performance and costs. The 5th generation of F-35 has technology advance, and we will be able to use it. The aircraft will be delivered between 2029 to 2035. It looks like it's still far away, but it looks that the current students of the University of Defense would become tactical pilots and will use these aircrafts. And the contract includes training of the personnel, maintenance and logistics support. And also it includes industrial cooperation with 13 Czech companies and universities that will be involved in production of components, in training, maintenance, service, and also R&D. Ladies and gentlemen, modernization of air forces also has its critics. But I believe, and together with me, the whole government believe that without top tactical aircraft, we just cannot do. And this is the conclusion that other countries reached. Even countries that are not members of NATO, such as Switzerland or the fresh member Finland, and their security policies is comparable to ours, and they actually used very similar criteria as the Czech Republic. The second topic that I would like to mention here is the support for Ukraine, support by the Czech Republic. Since last year's conference, unfortunately, there hasn't been any major shift that would give us hope that the war will soon end. A more likely scenario includes the continuation of this exhausting war and Russian aggression, and also the efforts to expand this conflict. I would like to appreciate and confirm that a majority of Western democracies remains resolved and united. And this unity is extremely important as it strengthens the security of all us. That was confirmed by the recent conference in Paris when we were looking for possibilities together with our allies how to keep in supporting Ukrainian defense. On behalf of the Czech Republic, I repeated the proposal to secure deliveries of artillery ammunition from third countries that I for the first time presented in February. And this program has been coined the Czech Initiative, and it was once again mentioned by the Czech President at Munich conference. This initiative is based on our long-term efforts. We've been supporting Ukraine since the very beginning in terms of humanitarian aid, diplomatic aid, but also delivery of military equipment. We've delivered over 1 million pieces of large caliber ammunition. We also pointed out at various negotiations and international conferences that even if the Western countries do not have surplus of ammunition, it's not that difficult to secure it from those countries that have enough of them. And that is the core of our initiative. We want to acquire ammunition on world market, to agree on its funding, and then coordinate its delivery to Ukraine. We are working with our contacts, our unique position in the world, and we try to interconnect these suppliers with countries that are willing to fund this initiative. So it's quite a simple mechanism, but it requires know-how and courage, and it will bring realistic results for Ukrainian defense, and it will mean additional support at the period of time when European countries do not have sufficient capacities for their own manufacture. I do not want to promise you impossible, because even in an ideal situation, it will take months before the material will be delivered to the front where it is needed most. But the Czech Republic, with the support of its allies, is able to ensure delivery of several thousands, or hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition during this year. We have confirmed purchases of 300,000 rounds of ammunition and additional 200,000 promised. And I believe that it is a great success and also proof that the Czech Republic is an active player in the European security policy, and that we can use our benefits, as I have mentioned at the very beginning. Similarly, this is an example of an effort, and this is something that we are remembering today, an effort that we would not be able to implement. We can only do it because we have excellent cooperation with our allies, and that there is a willingness to proceed jointly. And I am truly happy that the initiative has been joined by 18 countries, from Canada through Germany to the Netherlands or Poland. Dear friends, our conference, our security cannot be taken for granted, is a conference that I've been attending regularly. I was here years ago as an opposition politician when we called for the Czech Republic to take its security more seriously and saying that we have to invest more. I was here after the attack on Ukraine when everybody finally understood that our requirements made sense. In 2022, I remembered that it's not only war in the war with Putin's Russia, but the whole Europe. And that time, almost nobody wanted to question that. But what about today? 2 years passed. Ukraine is still bravely defending itself, and Europe is significantly changing. It focuses more on its defense or energy self-sufficiency or cyber securities. These are the topics that were sort of left aside in the past. That is positive. But also we see the sign of fatigue and apathy. And last year I warned about it. We see some cynicisms and people who do not want to take responsibility. The opposition parties openly say that active participation in the conflict only prolongs the war artificially and that we destroy the chance for peace. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, something that I have to deny, no matter who says it, here or abroad. So what does it mean, in fact, when you say that active security policy postpones the peace? What is the alternative proposed by people who make such statements? To be passive would mean not only to turn one's back to our friends and allies, but also to wait in peace for Russia to come to us. And this is confirmed and again that Russia will not stop, even if we sacrifice Ukraine. And there is direct threat to other countries, Moldova, Baltic states, and maybe others. Russia will not stop considering our part of Europe to be part of territory that they're entitled to. And that's why my government believes that we cannot look at the side when our neighbor has been attacked. That's why we've been leading the group of countries that actively support Ukraine. We do it for Ukraine, but we also do it for ourselves. If the imperial ambition of the current Russian regime continue, it will soon threaten also us. That's why we have to ensure that the aggression and violation of international agreements would face a clear reaction of democratic countries. I know, ladies and gentlemen, that I do not have to remind you of that, you sitting here, but I will anyway say it. You cannot be impartial in this conflict. Taking into account all the weaknesses of the West and all the objections that you might have with respect to Ukraine, we are on the right side. Ukraine has not provoked anything. It is just defending itself. The Russian regime, on the other hand side, kills innocent civilians every day. This is the reality that we can see if we keep our eyes open. And this conflict, ever since the beginning, also has a direct impact on us. We live in a country that is extremely secure. We are proud of that. We are happy to have the security guaranteed by the NATO, but face to face to the insecurity in the world and conflict in Ukraine, we have to realize that we cannot take it for granted. It is up to us how we respond and what the future lies ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Vážený pane premiére, děkujeme nejenom, že jste tady.
Dear Minister, dear Prime Minister, thank you for being here with us, as you've mentioned every year. And the 2% GDP defense spending was one of the biggest successes of this conference, because it was after one of the editions of this conference years ago, when the government ministers back then decided to start to commit themselves to approaching the 2% GDP spending. And now I would like to pass the floor to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jan Lipavský. Dear Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I am delighted to be able to speak again at this conference after yet another year. I take it as a firm confirmation that diplomacy is finally seen as an integral part of the security architecture of the state. This year's event provides us with a unique opportunity to take stock of our achievements today, while at the same time challenging us to take a fresh look at the new challenges and risks we face in the current security environment in Europe and the world. 2024 is a year of many anniversaries. The accession of the Czech Republic, Hungary and Poland to the North Atlantic Organization in 1999, which we are commemorating today, undoubtedly stands out among them. It was a clear message that the long-standing division between Western and Eastern Europe was coming to an end. Just 5 years later, the biggest enlargement in the history of the EU took place, and NATO welcomed more Central and Eastern European countries. And this enlargement closed the chapter of a divided Europe forever. The fact that Finland and Sweden have joined the alliance without significant internal political wrangling interestingly shifts our East-West perspective and illuminates the unity of the alliance and also Europe. When we look back at these events today, we cannot overlook the determination and optimism that filled people at that time. The conviction that it is possible to overcome obstacles, to shake off the legacy of totalitarianism, allowed us and others to seize the opportunity to become a member of this important family. But let us ask ourselves an important question. What would have Europe looked like if the leaders of the then West had taken 10 years to reflect? If the Czech Republic, led by Václav Havel, had not used its newly acquired freedom, political capital and determination to join the West? Things would have been different. And lately it sometimes seems as if we are losing the determination. In the public sphere, I hear complaints and lamentations about the decline of Western liberal democracies and their inability to face global challenges, from climate change to illegal migration to the need to stand up to dictators who threaten our security and prosperity. These doubts have some substance. There are many reasons for concern. Anxiety or even fear are understandable emotions. But we always have a choice. Fear can either paralyze us or ignite us to action or compel us to action. And that is what separates cowardice from bravery. Our ancestors, whose achievements will be commemorated on so many occasions this year, were also undoubtedly fearful and uncertain about the future. Yet, in the end, they did something about it. They decided to stand up and take responsibility for security of the Czech Republic and Europe. And we should also be able to distinguish between good and bad, discern the right from wrong, and move ahead. Because future generations will not remember those who were just standing by passively, but the future will remember those who acted actively. And our position is the best in history. We are part of a solid alliance systems system that protects us, among other things, from a resurgent Russian imperialism. The alliance, which this year marks its own 75 years of existence anniversary, has never stopped adapting to new security challenges. Despite all the obstacles and the occasional inevitable stumble, it has managed to change and modernize. And thanks to this, it remains an irreplaceable pillar guaranteeing the security of the Euro-Atlantic area and a guarantee of collective defense in the event of an attack. It is an active player in international politics, capable of projecting our strategic security interests on the global stage. And the alliance has always been able to respond to speculation about its own relevance. And today, more than ever, NATO is a strong security pillar. And the accession of Finland and Sweden is a proof of this. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is yet another twist in history to which we must respond. 25 years ago, the foreign ministers of the 3 Central European countries were welcomed into the alliance by their American colleague, Madeleine Albright, with speaking the words that we must never again succumb to complacency or assume that totalitarianism is dead forever, or retreat in the face of aggression. And I think that her words are more relevant today than ever. While we celebrate 25 years since joining NATO, Ukraine has been bravely resisting Russian aggression for 2 years. Although it is not integrated into NATO or the EU, we very much know that one day it will be the membership in these organizations which will bring Ukraine full security. And let us not forget that Putin's perverse dreams reach far beyond the borders of Ukraine, and such as the wider strategy of manipulation and control over neighboring nations within this reach. Let's remember the Kremlin's demands made in 2021, when Russia pretended to negotiate, saying that we should withdraw our forces to pre-1997 positions or face the consequences. But the year 1997 was no coincidence. In other words, Putin was demanding a return to a time when none of the states Moscow previously controlled were part of the alliance or covered by its security guarantees. So this 1997 demand was not mere historical revisionism. It was a clear effort to undermine the foundations on which the alliance stands. And I think all of us here are fully aware of the risks associated with conceding to Putin's ambitions, because we are fully aware of the history of past appeasements. It was Ronald Reagan who once warned that appeasement, no matter how it is labeled, will never fulfill the hopes of those who promote it. We see that Ukraine remains determined and confident. It has not only contained a much better armed adversary with tremendous resolve, but it also, in the past, liberated almost half of the territory that Russia occupied after the start of this aggression in 2022. It has also changed the balance of power in the Black Sea. Let us hope that this year will be a year of good news and that we will manage to keep the unity in supporting Ukraine, because we note that Ukraine could not withstand Russia on its own. Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad that the Czech Republic can be proud of its membership in NATO, and it can also be proud of its role in promoting democracy, freedom and security in the world. Let us remember our own lessons from history and continue to work together to maintain stability and security in our region and globally. The decisions we face are not easy, nor were they easy 30, 40, or 80 years ago. But we cannot afford inaction. Sitting out a problem might often seem like the easier path, but it usually turns out to be a dead end. The facts are clear. We are facing challenges that we once thought were a thing of the past. There is a war raging in Europe, the biggest we have seen in decades. The good news is that we have the means to stop it. We have the money, we have the economic capacities to stop it. We know who the victim is and we know who the criminal is. The choice is clear. We can either passively watch the world become dangerous, or we can act to defend our freedom and democracy. This is what we all have to do, and the Czech diplomacy will be on the front line. Thank you for your attention.
Děkujeme, pane ministře.
Thank you, Minister. I would like to mention also the role of Czech diplomacy. We are at the Spanish Hall, and it was Spain at the NATO summit in Madrid in 1997 when the Czech Republic received an invitation to become a member. And 2 years later, the Czech diplomacy actually worked hard to make it implement. And I would like to ask Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, Jana Černochová, to take the floor.
Vážený pane předsedo Senátu.
The President of the Senate, the Prime Minister, colleagues from the Czech government, generals, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Zbigněk, allies. Today we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of our membership in NATO. For a quarter of a century we've been part of the strongest and most reliable defense family of democratic countries in the world. For our country that almost half of its modern history lived in totalitarian regime, it makes sense. After the end of Cold War, many people had doubts. The accession to NATO in 1999 was supported only a small majority of our inhabitants. Today, the membership is supported by 2/3 of the population. At that time, many naively thought that with the end of bipolar world, we will not face the threats of wars, that by entering the new millennium, we will leave aside all the atrocities that armed conflicts bring about. Unfortunately, since the end of 1990s, the security situation has been worsening. And the current situation and events mean a painful awakening. For 2 years, Europe has a new reality, an aggressive war in Ukraine. Ukraine was courageous enough to take her own path. It did not succumb to the Russian intervention in its policy and the Putin efforts to renew the Russian Empire. And it pays dearly for that. And it fights not only for its survival, but also for the principles that are in the foundation of our society as well. We all want peace. We are not warmongers. We want peace for Ukraine and also in the whole Europe. But Russian tanks bring a totally different reality. What is offered by Russia, it's not peace, it's capitulation. And it's torture and murdering of civilians. And we cannot force Ukraine and may not force Ukraine for such a peace. Therefore, I believe it is our moral duty to prevent others from getting this experience. And that's why I support Ukraine so that it can defend its and our freedom, sovereignty, and its territory. That's why Ukraine needs ammunition, arms, training of its army, personnel. We do what we can and will continue. And although Ukraine is not part of NATO, it's our key ally as they fight the most difficult fight, fighting Russian expansion that Putin is ready to apply everywhere. The war in the east, just a couple of hundreds of kilometers from our eastern borders, is a warning for us not to underestimate our own defense, to take care of it, not to neglect it, as was the case in past years. Ukraine gives us time and pays with their own blood so that we are able to put our defense in order and not to rely only on others, as we got used to after joining NATO. And although we have done a lot in the area of modernization of the Czech army, we still have a lot of tasks ahead of us. Our armed forces, after years of underfunding, lack sufficient ammunition, technology, infrastructure, etc. Rearmament is going on for several years, but it is a long-term task, and only now we are getting to the needed speed. The main modernization projects are well known to you, and they were mentioned by the Prime Minister. The infantry fighting vehicles, tanks, F-35s, helicopters, artillery, radars, and others. And although we have concluded contracts for many of these projects, we will have to wait for their deliveries, and therefore we cannot relax with our efforts. Defense of the country is not only about the army, but about the whole society. And in that respect, we also have a lot to do. There are many tools that can be used in order to support overall resilience of the whole society. And we have to choose the most natural and the most effective ones. If the society is to survive, we cannot rely only on the professional army. The example of Ukraine shows that it is important to have sufficient manufacturing capacities. And ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't make sense to say that capacities of our defense industry are as we need it. They are not. And that was due to the years where there were no large contracts, and also a naive idea that better future means the world without arms. This is a complete utopia. Fortunately, the situation is changing, but very slowly. Arms manufacturers have to face huge difficulties when getting credits, also opening bank accounts, doing bank transactions. Without access to financial services, their development is almost impossible. It has got nothing to do with economic logics. Arms manufacturers have good perspectives. It's about ideology, as arms business is often perceived as something immoral, non-environmental friendly, and that actually has to be stopped. Today, I have an important meeting at the Ministry of Defense So, gentlemen, on my right-hand side, please keep your fingers crossed for me. I will do everything I can to remove these barriers. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a very good reason to celebrate. Although we cannot and may not be fully satisfied with the state of our defense, we know that we are not alone in it. That's an advantage, but also it means a commitment for us. And I'm glad that on the occasion of this year's anniversary, we gifted ourselves a present, and that is the commitment to spend 2% of GDP on defense projects. I would like to thank everybody who supported it, because we are doing that for us. Also, I would like to thank all the politicians, diplomats, army personnel who actually made the effort for us to join NATO. We know today that it was the most important geopolitical step that gives us the strongest guarantee for our freedom, sovereignty, and democracy. I also want to thank our army personnel, as their participation in foreign mission and opening new contacts make sure that our country is perceived by NATO as a reliable and trustworthy partner that, when needed, can do anything, also to improvise. And it is thanks to you that our allies take us seriously and appreciate it. I wish that we live in peace, because NATO is the tool to protect peace. I am proud that we are an integral part of it. We are NATO. Thank you for that. Thank you that we can.
Paní ministryně, také velmi děkuji.
Minister, thank you very much as well. And as regards the 2% GDP spending, we're not doing it because of Brussels, because of Washington. We are doing it because of ourselves, because of our prosperity and our security. So thank you very much. And I would also like to remind you that there will also be a public dimension to these celebrations, because in 10:30, for the first time in the history of the Czech Republic, there will be a flight of a joint flight of Czech and German fighter jets. And we won't be able to see from the windows, but we will have live feed during our coffee break. And this is quite symbolical, because we have a joint cooperation between Czech and German Air Force. And now I would like to ask Lord Robertson and Mr. Landowski to take to the stage. Lord Robertson, please. Lord Robertson was our very first foreign speaker at our first edition of this conference. So, Lord, welcome back to Prague.
Ambassadors, generals, distinguished guests. Throughout its entire history, NATO had only 13 secretary generals. 3 of them were Dutchmen, spanning across more than 22 years. 3 of them were British citizens, all peers. And it's important, before we listen to Javier Solana, the 9th Secretary General of NATO, to understand that several nations have different paths towards NATO membership. For Spain, it was about seizing the opportunity when it arises. So the chances that Javier Solana would become the Secretary General were gradually increasing. And when he served in the government of Felipe González as a foreign minister, they were at the highest. And now we'll listen to the message of Javier Solana. Please, let the video.
It is a very pleasure to be with you today, even if it's not physically present. But let me tell you very frankly, for me, that day, 25 years ago, was a fascinating day, very important day. We took the right decision at the right moment. But if that decision was important at that moment, probably it's more decision that NATO continues to be enlarged today. The fact that Sweden and Finland has joined NATO at this time is a very important also decision for NATO. NATO is the strongest alliance in the world. In these complicated times, I think the maintenance of NATO is basic for our security, for our well-being, for our democracy. I wish you all the best in this celebration, and once again, I'm sorry not to be able to be with you physically, but spiritually, I am with you.
Great Britain is a founding member of the alliance, so for this country there was no time before NATO, from the moment the NATO started. So the chances of Lord Robertson to become the Secretary General were steadily growing, I think with one exception. In the year 1961, as a 15-year-old, you were protesting against the US submarine stations in Scotland. But they reached their peak when you served the new Labour government as a defense secretary. And before we listen to Lord Robertson's speech, let me share one personal thing, because you became a member of the House of Commons in 1978, if I'm correct. And at the same time, my mother probably pushed a baby stroller through a gloomy Husak, Prague. My father was in jail. I recently read the letters he wrote to my mother and me, and the chances I would become a permanent representative of Czech Republic to NATO were close to zero. There were only a couple of people who were able to dream and think the impossible. And then, through our today's speaker, the 10th Secretary General of NATO, these dreams have become reality. Lord Robertson, the floor is yours.
Mr. Prime Minister, Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Defence, Mr. President of the Senate, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that very kind introduction today. And can I thank all of you for the kind invitation to come here to Prague and to join with you in celebrating 25 years since the Czech Republic entered NATO. It's also 22 years since I chaired the NATO summit in this city and brought down my gavel on the invitation to 7 new countries to join the alliance. Prague is where things happen. When the Czech Republic, along with Poland and Hungary, became full members of the Atlantic Alliance in 1999, one miserable Cold War chapter of our lives then closed. The tyranny of the Soviet Union and its proxies had finally ended. We celebrated, and maybe we celebrated too soon, because the new post-Cold War chapter, which promised so much to a continent that had been scarred by 2 world wars, and then a Soviet confrontation which trapped so many people and so many nations behind the walls and fences of communism. That hope-filled chapter was all too brief, and it ended on the 24th of February 2 years ago as Russian tanks crossed the borders of the sovereign state of Ukraine. The latest, the newest chapter of our lives is now being written as we speak in the muddy fields and the sodden trenches of the Donbass and Crimea. And what it all means for us and for our future will be determined by the artillery rounds, the drones, the missiles and the planes which we send and must send to those who fight out there. And they do fight, and with tenacity and bravery and ingenuity. And they fight for their lives, for their country, for their freedom, and they're fighting for us as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the stakes in Ukraine are sky high, and we need to wake up to that fact. If the Russians prevail in Ukraine, they will not stop there. They might not be rash enough to challenge those nations behind the Article 5 line. They understand clearly the consequences of such a fatal move. But if they are emboldened by their aggression, they will assuredly double down on their close neighbours like Moldova and Armenia, and then they'll come for us too in the grey zone of hybrid warfare. And in that case, we should be ready for more cyber attacks, election interference, disinformation, extraterritorial assassinations, and the encouragement of organised crime and corruption. Your country knows only too well what it is to lose your freedom, and it's certainly not a comfortable state. And what actually is that freedom? That freedom that we now too often take for granted. It's freedom to speak, freedom to criticize those who rule us, a free press, the rule of law and independent judges, free elections, and the right to own property and land. And it is protecting these freedoms that NATO is all about. And now 32 countries are bound together by shared values and a shared commitment to protect each other. You in the Czech Republic cast off the shackles of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact in 1989. And for me, as the new Secretary General in 1999, I could instantly sense the sweet flavour here of a country now safely and securely behind the newly acquired Article 5 protective shield. I recall here meeting for the first time my hero from a distance, Vladislav Havel, whose cause and fight I had championed in the streets of London. His humble courage, along with his humanity and his remarkable willingness to forget and to forgive his persecutors, was such an inspiration to so many in the world. And they definitely included me as well. He led his country into the democratic world with dignity and simple, firm leadership. And I counted him as one of the finest human beings I had ever met. Another Czech citizen who also made a deep impression on me as Secretary General, I appointed as the very first Deputy Director of the Secretary General's private office to come from the new countries. Katarina Falkiova fitted easily into the small team that is at the heart of the alliance, as if our country had been in since 1949 and not simply 1999. And she served outstandingly and was a credit to this country. And her tragic and early death while serving as your ambassador to Switzerland just 2 years ago robbed the Czech Republic of an impressive and brilliant diplomat. It's such a pity that she's not here today to mark this 25th anniversary, because she would have been so proud. But now this mighty alliance faces one of its biggest challenges since it saw off the USSR and the constant threat that it posed. The unprovoked assault on Ukraine by the Russian Federation is a challenge to the world and not just to Europe. If a permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations can brazenly break the UN Charter as well as the Budapest Memorandum, the Helsinki Accords, and even the Putin signature on the 2002 Rome Declaration, then what future is there for the world order? If a big country with nuclear weapons can change borders by force, then what border in the world is actually safe? And the countries of the global south, perversely, still cannot see the all-consuming anarchy that is promised globally if Putin is able to conquer and consume the independent state of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I stood close, side by side, with Vladimir Putin on the 28th of May 2002, 22 years ago, and I heard him say these precise words: Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation state, and it will make its own decisions about peace and security. No messing, no ambiguity. And now, consumed by his own deluded confection of history, he turns on his head and says Ukraine is not a country at all and must be part of Russia by force. That one man who ordered the crime of aggression against Ukraine needs to hear from this meeting today and from other 25th anniversary celebrations, as well as at the NATO summit in Washington in July, some clear, unmistakable messages. First of all, that NATO is a highly successful and purely defensive alliance of nations. It has no wish, willingness, or necessity to attack or invade Russia. The claim that we do, and which he was peddling again last week, is fanciful and completely dishonest, and the people round Putin know it only too well. The second clear message that we need to hear in the Kremlin, they need to hear in the Kremlin, is that we will all stand by Ukraine's right to make its own decisions, and that we will give them all the means we have to defend themselves and expel the invader, as your three ministers have just said. Putin thought he could stop the onward march of NATO, and now we have two new members. The flag of previously non-aligned Sweden was raised at NATO headquarters just yesterday. He thought that Europe would fragment under his pressure and his interference, but Europe has shown remarkable unity. He thought that the Europeans and the Americans could be separated, but instead he's welded us all together. And you know, every US president recognizes, eventually, for some it takes a little time, they recognize what a bargain for the United States is the Atlantic Alliance, and why keeping close to it and in it is a US security imperative. What is that bargain for America? The United States gets to lead the most successful defense alliance ever on this planet. The US has 31 automatic allies on any security issue, and that increasingly defense spending in Europe, with 20 countries like the Czech Republic above 2% of GDP, that multiplies American power and influence throughout the world. And the hosting by allies of American forces here provides a front line for the defense of mainland United States. How valuable is that to America? How important is that? But I say to you as well, as I did when I was Secretary General, Europe has to do much more. Whoever it is in the White House cannot care more about the safety and security of our people and our children than we do ourselves. Building our defenses and our resilience, investing in our security, is in our own selfish interest. And we need to recognize our obligations to do so. And if Vladimir Putin has done accidentally a favor It is to remind ourselves, as this conference says, that security cannot be taken for granted. And our next message is a direct one to the Russian people themselves. Putin is taking you down a one-way street to ruin and isolation. Being cozy with North Korea and Iran is not what the Russian people I knew want or need at this time. And we need to constantly assure them that beyond Putin, there is a future in the civilized democratic world for them and for their children. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 12th of September 2001, I became the first person to ever invoke Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, saying that day that the attack on the United States of America on 9/11 was to be seen as an attack on all 19 countries of the alliance. It was a moment of sober and sincere solidarity and a message that went worldwide. Article 5 was no longer a theoretical promise, but a delivered pledge. And in reality, I should be the only one ever to do so, because no adversary yet born will think it worth defeat and humiliation by bursting through the iron hoops which bind all of our nations together. The Article 5 commitment and the NATO solidarity behind it allows 1 billion people in 32 countries to sleep easily in their beds at night. But they will only continue to do so if deterrence is real and robust and broadcast to friends and foe alike. And deterrence means having the right capabilities and the right forces with the right equipment at the right time to defend our people and frighten off those who wish us ill. It will not be cheap or easy to build that insurance against trouble. But in Eastern Europe, in Eastern Ukraine today, we have been reminded vividly and bloodily of what is at risk. We now have to do what we know we have to do, and that is the solemn responsibility of our generation. We cannot fail. Happy anniversary, Czech Republic. Thank you very much.
Lord Robertson, you have already mentioned your historical invocation of the Article 5. And what followed was an unprecedented amount of solidarity from Europe to America, but also a tremendous cost of war in Afghanistan. $100 billion per year for the US alone, $2 trillion together for 20 years. Why do you think it was easier to muster the political will and resources to fight terrorism in Afghanistan than sometimes is now to muster the same amount of resources to battle Russia in Ukraine?
Well, maybe our experience in Afghanistan is the answer to the question. Maybe we have made our people complacent or tired with our interventions, because it's not just 9/11 where the solidarity was shown. Within days of the Czech Republic becoming a full member of NATO, you and we were thrown into Milosevic's ethnic cleansing of Kosovo. And that was a major battle. But we fought that for 78 days without a single Allied casualty. And I walked last year in the streets of Pristina, a free nation in Europe, with a mixed community, the direct result of NATO intervention at that time. But I think we now know what the risks are, and it's up to basically the political class, the people who are in this room today, to make the case to the people as a whole of how important it is that we invest in defense and that we are engaged in NATO, not simply nominally, not simply to wave flags, but as part of an alliance that means business and needs to deter the people who would do ill to us and to our future generations.
Thank you so much. You mentioned the Balkans, and the most vulnerable partners of the alliance are exactly in that area. Russia is very active in hybrid tactics towards those countries. And Russia is also very active in the sub-Saharan Africa, in the Sahel countries. What is the role of NATO to encroach on these Russian global moves that subvert our support in other countries?
Well, NATO cannot do everything. NATO is not the world's policeman. I don't think it should be. It has a primary role, but it has also got an extended diplomatic and political role as well. But you know, the West has got to rise to the challenge of a resurgent Russia. If Russia wins, then the rules of order in the world will be written by China, North Korea, and by Russia. And that won't make for a very comfortable world as a whole. But we should learn the lesson that the Russian Foreign Ministry is a formidable organization. The Wagner Group may well have had a new name, and Prigozhin might well be dead today, but the tentacles of Russian influence in the world are considerable, and they're not simply related to the army or to armored vehicles. The grey zone that I mentioned is the zone that should worry all of us. They're deeply embedded in every crack in our democratic societies, and we've got to be aware of that and challenge that, fight against that, because that may well be where the next real battleground is going to be.
Very last question. The mission of Article 10, Europe whole and free and at peace. What is the continuation of that story after these tremendous moments of welcoming Sweden and Finland aboard? How do you see the future of this mission?
Well, it won't be easy. It won't be cheap in order to build our defences properly and to make NATO the formidable force that it was that saw off the whole of the Soviet Union. But we need to organise ourselves and organise our people to make sure that we maintain the democratic values that we stand for. You know, I've been saying recently that I spent 4 years as Secretary General trying to get Finland and Sweden to join, to apply for membership of the alliance. Vladimir Putin managed it in 4 weeks. You know, and sometimes, you know, we need to bear in mind the fact that the threat outside, and maybe even the threat of a potential US president, is actually forcing us to do what we all know that we should be doing in the first place. You know, and the fact is that, you know, I remember coming to Prague when Husak was the leader of the country, in the days of communism, the grey days of communism. And you walk in the streets of Prague today, and it's a completely different city, it's a completely different civilization. And that's worth protecting, worth investing in, worth making sure that future generations enjoy what we're enjoying today.
Lord Robertson, thank you very much, and happy 75th anniversary to us all.
Vážený pane předsedo Senátu, pane premiére.
The President of the Senate, Ministers, Lord Robertson, thank you very much for opening our conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted. It's wonderful that we fit into our schedule. So now I would like to open the first break. Around 10:30 we should have the live stream, the flyover of the Czech and German Air Force.
Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
Vysoká škola CEVRO se snaží rozvíjet toho člověka jako takového, aby se uplatnil přesně v tom oboru, ve kterém se vzdělává.
Jsem ráda za to, že nejsem jenom číslo v systému.
Naši absolventi se dostávají do velmi vysokých pozic.
Viem, že môj zamestnávateľ vedel o vysokej škole CEVRO a vedel, že to teda známka kvality.
Diplom z vysoké školy CEVRO má velkou hodnotu v soukromé sféře, v biznisu, ale také ve veřejné správě.
Tady jsou vždycky lidi z praxe. Když máme bezpečnostní strategii, tak tady jsou lidi, kteří ji psali.
Vlastně skoro každý týden tady můžete potkat někoho, kdo něco znamená.
Já zejména kladu důraz na to, aby hledali primární zdroje, aby se nenechali ovládat.
Co mě nejvíc baví je, že kdykoliv těm svým vyučujícím můžu zavolat, napsat.
A doopravdy to studium nebylo jenom samotné studium, ale i to řešení těch problémů v tom profesním životě, kterým se setkáváte.
Nás dobře připravili prostě právě na to, jak rychle se ten svět vyvíjí.
Naučil mě to přemýšlet o některých mechanismech, které se v té společnosti dějou.
Ta praktičnost, po které já prahnu, tak prostě to byla v každé přednášce.
V podstatě hnedka moje první práce. Nebylo to pro mě žádný velký střet s realitou, protože už ten střet s realitou jsem v podstatě zažila tady.
Vysoká škola by měla těm studentům předat nejenom ty znalosti a vědomosti, které tady nabudou, ale zejména i nějaké morální hodnoty.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Už 25 let nejsme na obranu sami. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme NATO.
We are NATO. An alliance of like-minded countries. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomati. Și reacționăm la crisis response. We are NATO.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem. V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
pro diváky ČT24 ještě připomenu, o jaké letouny šlo. Šlo o 3 stíhací letouny JAS-39 Gripen z 21. základny taktického letectva Čáslav, 2
Dobrý den, můžu poprosit, abyste se pomalu usadili na svá místa? Dámy a pánové, požádal bych skutečně, zda byste se pomalu mohli usadit na svá místa. Dámy a pánové, já bych vás...
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to take your seats. There is a busy program and we are already getting late. I believe that you'll have the opportunity to network during our lunch break as well.
Dámy a pánové,
Ladies and gentlemen, as the title of today's conference reminds us, our security cannot be taken for granted. But that is also linked to the other aspect, and that is that we cannot take NATO for granted. There are many challenges that NATO and the Czech Republic face, and I was asked on this day, when we look back at the history, to present some of these challenges. And one of such challenge is that the fact that we take NATO for granted as a static symbol of our membership in NATO has to change. The politicians also need to understand that the existence of NATO cannot be taken for granted. NATO needs to be cared for. So the first question I would like to ask you is how to explain to the public that NATO requires consistent care of its member states in order to be successful. Second, success of NATO, of course, depends on its member states fulfilling their commitments. And we cannot only keep in mind Article 5 of collective defense. There is also an important Article 3 that commits member states, individually and collectively, to improve their capability to defend armed attack. We have to realize that many member states failed in that, and that was most often expressed in the failure to spend those 2% of GDP, but it also has links to the commitments related to planning and face-to-face to Russia threats. We have to ask ourselves how to speed up the fulfillment of these objectives. Thirdly, we need to keep in mind that defense is not only army. Our defense capabilities depend also on the civil staff, but also successful army is conditioned by cooperation with many other institutions. And as new strategic documents of the Czech Republic remind us, the resilience of the population has to be guaranteed by the government as such, not by individual institutions. We have to admit that many ministries resign on taking part in these objectives, but we cannot afford such approach any longer. And the public and media cannot watch that without saying their word. And the third question is how to ensure resilience of the state and coordination among institutions in order to have all the conditions ready if armed forces need to be deployed. Fourthly, care of NATO does not only mean that you fulfill your own commitments, but that you also actively formulate the policy of NATO future. From the position of the eastern flank, it does not have to be that obvious. The southern flank has its own priorities, and not talking about the global perspective of the US. And therefore, the fourth question is how to keep the US within NATO and to ensure that it also focuses on defense of the eastern flank. The fifth challenge lies in generating sufficient mass of military force. The Russian aggression showed us where the weaknesses are. The professional armies and long-term underfunding meant that the armies are quite fragile when we talk about intensive and long conflicts. The fifth question is how to balance support of Ukraine, modernization of own sources, and building stock for potential future conflicts. The sixth topic, also related to Ukraine, is the role of army personnel and human resources in general. Despite the expectations of many, modern technologies did not replace the need of motivated defenders. Professional armed forces face challenges when recruiting new personnel. The number of reserves are also decreasing. If we have warnings and if we take these warnings seriously, then perhaps recruitment and conscription will not remain a political taboo. So the next question is how to ensure sufficient number of professional soldiers and having sufficient number of reserves. Then we also need to make sure that industrial war, as the war in Ukraine showed, it is as important as motivated army. It's still with us. It was not left behind in the 20th century. Defense industry weakened and was not ready for supporting such war. The capacities are growing, but the question is how to support the growth even more. The question is how to ensure sufficient industrial capacity and potential for their growth in case we have to face a big conflict. Eighth, we cannot reduce the challenge to the material challenges. The decades of peace and relative security allowed political representatives and the general public to stop considering defense. And the lack of understanding led to the fact that this is not taken seriously. We sometimes take it only lightly, and in media the issue of defense was reduced to the item in the budget and some doubts and suspicions of corruption. So how can we improve the public discussion about security and defense? Many challenges have to be resolved today. Many are long-term issues. With the rise of rivalry, we cannot hope that we can return to the drawing of the peace dividend. And that means that the measures that will be taken must be taken as long-term, balanced and sustainable measures. And this unpopular task cannot be delegated to the army. This is a task for political representation. They have to draft it and seek support. And therefore, the ninth question is how to explain to the public the need to build up defense capabilities in order to have a long-term consensus, not a short-term panic. Ladies and gentlemen, none of these questions have a single right answer. And it's quite clear that our answers will differ and also our preferences, but it's important to consider these answers and to talk about the alternatives, because when ignoring these challenges, we would have to pay a price that we cannot afford. Thank you very much for your attention.
Halo, slyším.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to open the next panel of approximately 45 minutes. My name is Jan Jireš, and I'm the head of strategy of the section of defense policy at the Ministry of Defense. We have two important speakers here, Mr. Tomáš Pojar, a National Security Advisor, and Lieutenant General Karel Řehka, Chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces. The topic of this panel will pick up where Mr. Bahensky left off. So NATO marks 75 years of its existence, and we should ask ourselves how to achieve a successful century of the alliance. So in the next 25 years later, we can mark the 100th anniversary and mark it as a successful organization. The questions that were asked here are very topical, and I would like to say that the Czech defense strategy adopted in October last year tries to answer some of these questions. But this is a truly systemic effort in order to fulfill our commitments towards NATO and in order to fulfill our deterrent capabilities. Since we are also marking 25 years of the Czech Republic's accession to NATO and to other countries, perhaps we should remind ourselves of the context, of the wider context. In the early 1990s, there was a huge question mark above the future of NATO and its meaningless or meaningfulness. And then Václav Havel and his Central European counterparts came and convinced Bill Clinton that NATO should enlarge and accept the former Warsaw Pact armies in its ranks. And in a way, it meant it meant the survival of NATO. It helped achieve the survival of NATO. So the success of Václav Havel and others back then who managed to promote the enlargement of NATO in the 1990s. And perhaps this is the Czech contribution to the continuation and meaningfulness of NATO, especially now that we realize more than ever how crucial and important our membership in NATO and the very existence of NATO are. And now I would like to pass the floor to Tomáš Pojar, National Security Advisor, and ask him for his opening remarks. Thank you for the invitation. Please allow me a few words by way of introduction. When COVID came, we called it the Chinese flu. Now we call it COVID, and it brought disarray into the world. But the definitive end of 30 years of innocence and stability in Europe after the fall of the Berlin Wall, after the Velvet Revolution and the dissolution of the USSR, the definitive, pin in the coffin of this period was started by Vladimir Putin during the second phase of Ukrainian invasion in February 2 years ago. And I am deeply convinced that since then, both in the world as well as in Europe, we live in a more volatile world, more tested world, and we find ourselves in a multipolar world that actually many European leaders wanted for the past 30 years because they didn't want to be relying on the single US policeman. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we find ourselves in a multipolar world, maybe not more free, but definitely, and maybe not more democratic, but definitely multipolar, and probably not more secure than the last 30 years. But this world is here. We find ourselves in a multipolar world, and the more convinced I am that we have to stick together, on both sides of the Atlantic. because Europe, without its cooperation with the US, will be more vulnerable and less important and perhaps even less free. But the same goes for the United States, which without the cooperation with Europe will be worse off. I apologize, will be worse off and will not be as strong as they could be. So, in this world, we have to cooperate much more closely. We, as the West that includes democratic, free countries, safe countries, countries which are members of the, let's say, richer part of the world. "25 years ago, there were 16 members of NATO. 25 years later, there are 32 of us. Before our accession, there were half of us. When the Czech Republic and Poland and Hungary joined, there were less than 2/3. Then the alliance became enlarged again, which is a success on its own. It serves as a good basis for keeping Europe free and prosperous. But at the same time, yes, we have to admit that achieving a consensus among 32 partners is much more difficult than reaching a consensus among 16 members or 10 members or even the founding members. And that's why it is so important also in the future to create coalitions of willing, coalitions of countries that want to cooperate more closely, countries that want to enter various initiatives and thus strengthen our collective security and enhance and promote our future. I think the Czech initiative for the purchasing of artillery shells is a very good example that countries who can contribute, and countries who have some issue with such an initiative don't have to do anything. So we don't need a consensus for the coalition of willing to work. So we should always enable those who want to strengthen collective security to be able to do so, so that they have the opportunity to continue their efforts. During Lord Robertson's tenure, Article 5 was activated. But I think that not just a very few days after our accession to NATO, when Milosevic's bombardment started, it was the first and at the same time last action of NATO when all members of NATO agreed on any goal in the field, including those who did not risk the lives of their soldiers and including those who did not use a penny from their budget for this effort. I remember how after the Kosovo war, I talked to Leslie Clark, who said, yes, this was the last time that something like that happened. Because those who risk their lives, those who use their budgets, have a different level of responsibility and should have different opportunities for decision making than those who don't risk the lives of their soldiers or who do not invest money into these efforts. But still, I hope that the 2% GDP defense spending will be finally reached after 20 years, not only by the Czech Republic, but by all alliance countries. I very much think those who give even more than the 2%, we should see them as big role models. And they should lead by examples, because the 2% GDP spending was meant for the years of peace, not the years of war. Because before the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Velvet Revolution in the 1980s, in the times of the Cold War, we gave over 5% of GDP for defense. I hope we will never have to go back again. We'll never have to give so much for our defense. But if we are to prevent it, if we are to avoid it, we have to give at least 2%. We have to take our own security seriously. We have to take collective security, to collective defense seriously. And we have to know that what Donald Trump says, that US soldiers will not help those who are not taking care of their own security, that this is what the common sense says. I'm deeply convinced that the Czech soldiers will not go help someone who doesn't want to help themselves and who doesn't give any money for defense. So if we give enough for defense, if we all think of our security, if we all lead by example, then I don't think we have to be afraid of Article 5 not working. And I think that no one would even want to test Article 5 and the unity of alliance. I'm not sure whether I should wish that in 25 years there should be, again, twice as many members as now, but I hope that all of us who are now members of NATO will preserve the transatlantic unity and will remain strong enough so that no one ever dares to test us.
Thank you very much, Tomáš. So thank you very much for your introductory words. Our Polish allies will spend over 4% of GDP on defense. So the countries that feel the imminent danger, they do not wait and invest. I would like to ask Karel Řehka for his words. So thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and thanks for this wonderful conference. I think it's even more important than ever in the past. What I consider to be a success of the alliance in this century, for me, it's to prevent a war against NATO members. That would be a great success, as we've been doing it until now. So we need to do everything possible. And if we are not able to prevent the war, we have to win it with the lowest possible negative impacts. The alliance can do it. What we truly need is leadership and willingness. The alliance can deter adversaries and to be successful in a conflict. If I look at some statistical data, just to realize what we are part of, what we became part of 25 years ago. We have 32 members. We have huge strategic depth. We protect a billion of people, and we have the stock of billion people. We have 3.5 million armed troops, and that does not include reserves. GDP of members is 20 times larger than Russia's GDP. When talking about air forces, it's 3 to 1 in ships, 4 to 1, and in submarines 3 to 1. And the defense budgets of all NATO countries are 3.5 times larger than Russia's, and NATO is a nuclear alliance, so there is a strong deterrence. And our partnership is a partnership that share the same values, and it counterbalances other regimes, and it protects the world order. We've heard several times that the membership of NATO also gave us prosperity. And also talking about some figures, GDP since our accession grew 3.2 times, and also our foreign trade grew more than 4 times, and FDI improved or increased 3.6 times, and later on even more. So NATO gives us prosperity, and it's a strong alliance, and if there is will and leadership, then we will succeed in the next 25 years, but it will be a success to avoid a big war in Europe. What we need for that, we cannot fail supporting Ukraine, because that will impact the world in which we will live, how we will be respected. Russia relies on, being able to withstand more and for longer. And no matter what the result, Russia will be even more unfriendly. But if we fail, Russia will be supported by that, and it will not stop in Ukraine. And as the US interest and the attention on Europe, where the alliance draws its force, its unity. And Americans play a key role. And what we can do in that is to work harder, to do more. The future of NATO is in the relevance of its members, because we are NATO. It's not the alliance that will help us in the future. We have to help ourselves. And the fact that we are a part of NATO, it's the best way. This is how it is. We need strong armed forces. We need to fulfill our commitments. We talk about 2%, and the current government deserves respect for spending those 2%. But we have not committed to 2%. We have committed to 2% when we joined NATO. It was the time of peace. And we again committed to 2% during the summit in Wales. But since that time, a lot has changed. And in Vilnius, it wasn't 2%, the commitment. But commitment was that 2% is minimum, and it's okay only when we fulfill all the commitments also in defense planning, and we are still not quite there yet. So if we do whatever we declared in 2014, and there is a linear growth to 2% until today, as was promised, then we would have by 280 billion Czech crowns. Not if we started giving 2%, but if there would be the linear growth that never happened. So 2% only if we fulfill other requirements. We need strong armed forces, resilient society. We need a whole society approach. And I am pleased, and I hope that media were attentive. They listened to the words about reserves, and hopefully they will attribute it correctly as it was actually said. And also we need, and we heard it, secure deliveries and good defense industry and strong economy. That's all, I guess. What I also want to say that in all directions, we can succeed. There is no reason not to succeed. It's only about will and leadership. There is nothing more in that.
Tak, děkuji Karle a děkuji oběma panelistům za...
Thank you, Karel, and thank you, Tomáš, as well, and thank you for introducing the logics and the interworkings of NATO. And thank you for emphasizing the main aspects of defense planning in the Czech Republic. Also, thank you for mentioning the importance of both Article 5 as well as 3. Now we have some just short of 20 minutes for a discussion. I will ask you. I will ask the first question before passing the floor to you, but you both touched upon this topic in your introductory remarks. But if I could ask again, what do Europeans have to do, and how NATO should change so that the United States continue being willing to stay engaged in Europe and its security for the next 25 years? Well, they should give at least 2% of GDP for defense, perhaps even more. That would be a good basis for Donald Trump and other Americans to believe that Europe is serious about its defense, because if we don't have the necessary capabilities, we will not convince anyone that we are serious about our own security. And we also have to build our own defense industry, or enhance our own European defense industry. We should make sure that the money, that the taxpayers' money used for defense is then used in domestic economies, so that it also contributes to economic growth, new job opportunities, and so on. And of course, we cannot manufacture everything here in the Czech Republic, but of course, we should have the right balance. Industry that can manufacture something on its own, procure something abroad, and defense industry that is strong. And here in Europe, we should lead by example. We should show the US that we have good industry, that we have competitive industry, that we have industry that also creates job opportunities for Americans. And we also have American companies investing here in Europe and building factories here in Europe. And we need to have this good interconnection and reasonable interconnection between Europe and US. So not only defense links, but we should also nurture our economic and defense industry links. When I'm looking at the Czech defense industry now and 25 years ago, I must say that we've gone a long way. And it's great to see how much we have achieved, how Czech companies are investing in the US, and how Czech companies are competitive in global markets. When we're talking about the Czech initiative would not have been possible without our long-term cooperation with Denmark and the Netherlands, countries that already invest here in the Czech Republic and see that it works and can show other countries that it makes sense, that it is possible, and that it is mutually beneficial. And it would not have been possible without the Czech arms industry, which is competitive in the global scale. The government would not have been able to do it on its own. The arms industry would not have been able to do it without the fundraising and support of the state. And that's the right kind of synergies and symbiosis that we should also support in the future. And not only in Europe, but on both sides of the Atlantic. This is what will contribute to our prosperity. And I am deeply convinced that it will help us convince more members of the US Senate if we can point out that in their election districts we employ Americans, that we create job opportunities for their electorate, that it is a good symbiotic relationship, and this is the only way to be successful in the future. If Europe wants to keep US engaged, we as Europe need to take the responsibility for our own security. We have to have the courage and will and resolve to take care of our own responsibility, of our own security. So in the military context, we have to enhance the European defense capabilities. It's not just about the 2% GDP defense spending. It is about our capabilities. I'm not talking about building a European army or such other nonsense. I'm talking about collective defense. I'm talking about a good functioning alliance, about alliance planning and defense planning, so that the European allies are much less dependent on the US, and then we also need to have the courage to use our capabilities in practice. Thank you. Thank you. The emphasis on economic ties between Europe and the US is very important. Europe still remains the biggest investor in the US and probably will also remain such in the future. So the logics of security cooperation makes sense. And we are a great customer of US weapons, the production of which creates job opportunities to many Americans. Now it's time for your questions. Please wait for the microphone to arrive because without the microphone, the interpreters cannot hear the question. So, Mr. Topolánek in the first row. Thank you. We like to name the risks that could disrupt our plans, and one of these risks are internal risks. So how do you, Tomáš, I love Tomáš's pragmatism and realism. And so how do you, Tomáš and Karel, how do you see the potential changes of the next elections in the Czech Republic, and what can we do about it? How can we be prepared? Because if, let's say, new young politicians come after the next parliamentary elections, what can we do to make sure that they will not completely change the defense spending and the defense architecture? Well, I'm deeply convinced that when it comes to foreign policy, security policy, we have to preserve continuity. We have to create a larger consensus. And I think that this conference and what Zbigněk Pavlačík does here in the Czech Republic and has been doing for over 25 years, or okay, maybe 25 years, is what is helping achieve this end. It's one of the efforts to create consensus and dialogue across the partisan lines, and including at the business level, because business is an integral part of our success. And I truly hope that the Czech Republic and the Czech society and any Czech political representation that will win the next elections will not lose their sense of preservation, their sense of survival. And I hope that all politicians across the partisan lines will be willing to take the necessary steps to preserve our security, preserve our freedom, and to make sure that we remain part of the transatlantic world. I am full of hope. I think there is some hope that we will have such political representation in the future as well, but we have to work towards this end on a daily basis. And not only in the Czech Republic, but also abroad, also in cooperation with our foreign partners. I truly believe in the Czech common sense and the sense of survival. And I truly believe that we will not lose the sense of survival or survival instinct, and that we will preserve it for the next 30 years.
So I have to be careful. As a representative of the army, I was also very careful. Well, I will also be careful. I agree that building security and defense cannot be done within one term of office. So it has to be cross-cutting across all the political parties. And what is of key importance is that the sufficient part of the society understands the reality that there are threats. They also need to understand why it's important to build defense. And that also wants to hear answers from elected representatives. That's the only opportunity. That's why I try to talk about it at schools, with general public, with academia, with the business. As I agree, it has to be cross-cutting across the whole society at different levels. It's not about sort of bringing fear, but most of the society must understand it. It's not a single government that must do something, and democratically elected representatives will do what the society wants, and that's why it's important to talk to the general public. I am not a pessimist in that. On the other hand, I think that it's even more important today, as unfortunately we can hear voices that are dangerous. There are political attacks of the army, and it's normal, and we've never experienced that before. It's dangerous. It's not dangerous because the army minds. I don't care because I'm not an elected representative. It is dangerous because then we talk in the future about a threat, and it's serious. People will not listen. This is exactly what the Russians try to do. They want people not to be able to know whom to believe and not to trust institutions. And the only way out of it is to educate people, talk openly, even when you discuss unpleasant things. Before we pass the microphone over there, it's fair to say here and to realize, and it's about the long-termness of all the projects and procurement, etc. Modernization and the current modernization of the army during this term of office follows up on the previous one. Many projects that are being implemented now would not be implemented if they would not be decided more than 2 years ago, even in the deepest past. Yes, this government should be credited for reaching perhaps those 2%, but it would not be possible without certain procurements if these procurements were not started before this terms of office. And the same applies for the future. And we are talking about huge taxpayers' money. So reasonably invest, long-term invest, and let's not try to improve it all the time, because otherwise we will just waste funding of our taxpayers. Wonderful, thank you. So you have the mic. Hello, Josef Suchanek, Olomouc region. General, in the Olomouc region, it is a seat of the chief command of the armed forces, and also the second largest concentration of armed forces. And I want to ask you if with the 2% spending, would the army have also some requirements regarding regional self-government? Well, yes, we will. We are already talking about the use of linea, so we are communicating with the local government. And when we go back to the issue of collective defense, we refresh and review the defense plans, and we also highlight more things that were not done in the past, such as the operational readiness of the territory. And that requires the involvement of the whole society. And actually, we are in contact with self-government all the time. A smaller garrison, larger, etc., when we discuss issues related to property and many other things. I do not have anything big that I would be able to announce here, but we will definitely keep in contact because it's very important. Regional self-government are part of the security system of the state, and in the area of resilience, they play an important role. The regional level is important. So we have time for one last short question and short answer. There was a raised hand in the fourth row. Hello, Martin Exner, Member of the Parliament. I want to ask, we talk about weapons, about strong army, but that also includes disinformation, hybrid war with Russia, and we see that Russia was quite successful in Slovakia and Hungary, and I'm afraid that we are underestimating that. I have a question for all three gentlemen. What is your position? What can we do better in this area? Focus on the Ministry of Education and work long-term with the Ministry of Education at all levels, starting with the education of critical thinking of the youth until seniors. There are mechanisms available and we need to focus our attention there. That's my simple answer, and this is where we can do most. It will take some time, but it can have the best impact possible. If I may, it's good to realize that the hybrid war, and it doesn't matter whether it's the right word, let's not narrow it down only to disinformation. It's also purchasing things in the economy, creating strategic dependencies, giving out passports, influence of migrants. This is what Russia does right now. So it's not only about disinformation. First thing. The second one is that somebody actually scans the whole society looking for vulnerabilities and then focuses on vulnerabilities. And this is the same with disinformation. If we are vulnerable in certain areas, such as the education, they can be active. So we need to focus on removing vulnerabilities. And as Tomáš has said, it's not easy. Also, it makes sense to follow disinformation. You can also do some regulation of social media. But the most important thing for us is to focus on our own communication, because bad narrative can be actually taken away by a better narrative, and then people will trust it. And if we are not good in that, then nothing will help us. And I think that we can do a lot in that. Focus on our own communication. So, for example, when we talk about Russian narratives, so if we would strengthen the modern history lessons, not how much, for example, how much time we devote to this topic, what teaching methods are used. It would be much easier if people would be educated as far as modern history is concerned. So education, modern history, in particular today when we talk about the Russian disinformation scene, and focusing on our good communication, and don't try to blame Russians for everything. Focus also on other issues such as energy issues. It's so important to teach critical thinking, to have a long-term vision, an idea how to defend yourself and how to remain a strong society. Perfect. We have exhausted the time. Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you very much for your answers, for your responses. I think that you have deserved several rounds of spontaneous applause. So that was good. So thank you very much. Thank you, Tomáš. Thank you, Karel. One more round of applause. Thank you. And now, please stay at your places. We will continue with the next panel straight away. Do not leave.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the auditorium is ready, our panel of experts is ready too. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome you to a panel which is first of its kind at this conference, because up until now we did not have in such a consolidated manner representatives of the police, the fire rescue service, and the Ministry of the Interior of the Czech Republic. And of course, we would need many more places if we wanted to have all the security stakeholders present here, because it's the business of the entire government, not just these three entities. But still, this is good enough. It's for the first time that we have the security services present here at this panel, and it is at the right time when we face new future security risks. I do not want to talk about threats. I prefer talking about risks, because threats, if you look into our strategic documents, often basically remain the same. At least the structure of our security threats remain the same. Just the priorities change. How we feel, how strong politically we feel, how politically correct or incorrect we are. Threats are objective. They exist regardless of what we do. And they become important once they materialize into the form of a risk. But risks are different. Risks are subjective. Each of us perceives risks differently. We perceive them differently, as well as the methods of handling them or addressing them. Risks often take on a hybrid form. The lines between the defense policy of a state are suddenly blurred. The information security, defense security, foreign security, and so on. As well as the responsibilities, these lines are also blurred. So since the threats are hybrid, our response has to be hybrid too. And this brings me to the topic of this panel. This hybridization blurs the lines between internal and external security, with all the consequences that come. We have to focus on the capacities and capabilities that are needed and that need to be built and developed or enhanced and strengthened if we do have them. And we have to do so across all the core or the security core that contribute to the security of the Czech Republic. The war in Ukraine shows us that we cannot separate between the first and the second tier, the military and civil infrastructure. We cannot distinguish between the objectives or the activities of the army and the policemen and the fire squads, because deliveries of supplies and military materials are the basic precondition for handling crisis, providing supplies to the civilians as well as the army. In the army, we always say that we only have one set of forces, but we have the same security forces also outside the army, in security forces in general. We need to make sure that our security forces are interoperable, that they act in synergies, and that we support them also legislatively. And therefore, I'm glad I have the dear panelists here so they can also provide their view on this topic. We have Jan Paďourek, Director General of the Section of Internal Security and Police Education of the Ministry of Interior of the Czech Republic. We have Lieutenant General Martin Vondrášek, President of the Police of the Czech Republic here, and Lieutenant General Vladimír Vlček, Director General of the Fire Rescue Service of the Czech Republic. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Jan Paďourek from the Ministry of the Interior. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank Zbigněk and his team for organizing this conference and for inviting me to be a panelist here. I would like to emphasize two things that might not surprise you, but still I think they should be mentioned out loud. First of all, internal and external security are one. They are intertwined and we cannot distinguish between those two. They are two entities that are intertwined, interconnected. And currently, the internal security of the Czech Republic is influenced by external factors. And the second thing that I also want to emphasize is that the biggest threat currently is the Russian imperialistic policy. And we all are aware of the fact that Russia will do anything in its power to destroy our Western civilization, and it will not stop unless we stop it ourselves. When it comes to the Russian aggression, I would like to emphasize that the Czech security community has pointed this threat out for quite some time. Even some previous governments and some previous state officials did not pay enough attention to this threat and underestimated our fight against this Russian threat. And perhaps if they did not do so in the past, maybe we would have been much more prepared than we are today. But despite this fact, I would like to say that the Czech Republic still remains one of the safest countries in the world. But at the same time, I have to say that this does not have to be the case in the future. The crisis that happened isolated in the past today can create a snowball effect and undermine the very substance of our democracies, of our democratic systems. We live in times of polycrisis, so to say. And these polycrises have a cascading effect or can create a domino effect. And we can have several crises emerging at the same time. In my opening speech, I will focus only on three areas that, from the point of view of the MOI, I consider as the most important. The threats and risks and crises are many. But I will focus on the following three. First of all, I will talk about cybersecurity very briefly. Then I will talk about disinformation. And last but not least, I will talk about migration and unfortunately, there's some interference in the microphone. The interpreters apologize. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot interpret now. There is some interference in the sound.
Republika může ten útok by s největší pravděpodobností mohl přijít právě z kybernetické oblasti. Nejsem si úplně zároveň.
Okay, looks like we are back on. We apologize, there were some technical difficulties. So I would like to emphasize that the fight against cyber threats is possible only if we invest massively in this field. And I don't mean only financial investments, but also some other investments. The Russian aggression in Ukraine more than doubled the number of security incidents. The Ministry of the Interior faced 32 cyber incidents, cyber attacks, and we also had to deal with 820 cyber events. And the goal of these activities was the government and important state or government institutions. there were attacks on the website of the police of the Czech Republic, of the fire rescue service of the Czech Republic, but there were also attacks on other governmental portals. So various other portals that are crucial part of our security infrastructure. And we think that these activities are an attempt of our adversary to test our resilience and try to penetrate our systems, our security systems. If I could say a few words about disinformation as well, again, this is also related to our security strategy and security architecture.
Dezinformací, nebo chcete-li takzvaný.
We also have to face fake news and massive disinformation campaigns. We can see that disinformation campaigns and extremist scenes are becoming more and more important. We can see how Russian disinformators as well as Chinese are trying to interfere into the public developments of the Czech Republic. They're also using local domestic actors. There is a center against hybrid threats at our ministry, and we analyze and monitor these threats with the impact on domestic security. We have early warning group for emergency communication that was established at the MOI, and both at the MOI as well as the MFA and the government office, we have departments of strategic communication aimed at communicating in a coordinated manner with the public. But we have to admit that when it comes to strategic communication, it is still a weakness in the Czech Republic, and it certainly deserves some more space.
Just briefly, I would like to inform you about the areas that have been most abused by the disinformators in 2023. First of all, it's the Russian aggression against Ukraine, then presidential elections, then a security incident related with anti-Semitic scene, such as the groups of people who were trying to tear down the Ukrainian flag out of the building of the National Museum, or the terrorist attack of Hamas against Israel, and then the issue of shooting at the Faculty of Arts in December last year. A couple of words before I pass the floor on to my colleagues. I want to talk also about migration, Ukrainian migration. Right now, we have 1,100,000 foreigners living in the Czech Republic, which is about 10% of the overall population. We have over half a million of Ukrainians, including those who lived here before the war and those who came after the war started. Those who came because of the war are 380,000. The Ministry of the Interior is responsible for migration policy through the Department for Asylum and Migration Policy. And the whole system that the Ministry of Interior has been designed for about 500,000 of foreigners living in the Czech Republic. Now we have 1,100,000 foreigners or foreign nationals living in the Czech Republic, and I'm afraid that the whole system within the context I have set is at the brink of possible in order to be able to fulfill its tasks. If the development in Ukraine is causing another larger migration wave, I'm afraid that we would not be able to cope with the situation. So I can say that the Czech Republic is not sufficiently ready for another large migration wave. When talking about the Ukrainian migration wave, it has been accompanied by many disinformation facts. Just two numbers. the total amount of benefits for all third country nationals is 1.3% of all the social benefits. And the largest one is the social state support, which is about 2.2% of the overall amount. So these activities that take place at the ministry pay off by supporting the labor market and by tax income to the state budget, etc., etc. And I pass the floor on to my colleagues.
Děkuji panu Paďourkovi a teď bych požádal pana policejního prezidenta.
So thank you very much, Mr. Paďourek. And now I would like to ask President of the Police of the Czech Republic, Martin Vondrášek, to take the floor. And similarly to the previous panel, if we have time, we will answer some of your questions. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you not only as the President of the Police of the Czech Republic, but also as a proud citizen of the Czech Republic, proud for our membership in NATO. And I will perhaps repeat what we've heard from Mr. Paďourek. We truly appreciate that we have the opportunity to attend this conference. And also the regional directors were invited. And also I appreciate that security is considered to be a whole set of security, similarly to defense of the Czech Republic, and internal security plays an important role in that. I will naturally talk more about the internal security than about defense. And I want to share with you our new experiences with respect to security incidents that we didn't have to face in the Czech Republic, and I want to inform you about how we develop our capabilities with the aim of securing internal securities, what kind of measures we have set for the future, and what are the needs in order to achieve the highest level of internal security for Czech citizens. The experience, and I'm not going to talk about a 31-year experience of being a policeman, but let's go back 10 years. In 10 years, we've experienced a series of unprecedented security incidents with which we have no previous experience. In 2014, we didn't know who was responsible for the explosion of the ammunition warehouse in Vrbětice. We didn't know that for 6 years we would have the longest intervention of the integrated security services, then the first illegal wave of migrants, then the first active shooter incident, then 2016, the start of terrorist attacks in Europe, then 2019 active shooter in the hospital in Ostrava. In 2020, new tasks for the police of the Czech Republic with respect to the COVID pandemic. In 2021, and although it wasn't our exclusive competence, the tornado in Moravia checked the coordination and cooperation of all the elements of the integrated services. Then 2022, aggression in Ukraine and migration wave. We are the third country in Europe as regards the number of migrants, and also in the same year the largest wave of illegal migrants. I cannot also forget the tragic incident of December last year at the Faculty of Arts, Charles University. So such experience and definitely reflected in the readiness of the police of the Czech Republic to respond to similar events and incidents in the future they are reflected in a different approach towards cooperation with other entities. And I would like to inform you that right now we have a unique system of operational management, of systems and also people. We have a secure data communication system. We've also changed the education and training of our people. We also changed the concept of first-time responders with long arms. We also created a concept of supporting soft targets regarding counseling and risk assessment. We changed the organization structure. We built the national headquarters fighting against organized crimes. And we reevaluated several plans, and we've learned how to closely cooperate with regional self-administration and other public bodies, and also with the army and the Ministry of Defense entity, as the situation and time forced us to do that. And I want to thank Karel and other people from the military police and other entities that we are able to find common solutions. And I know that it was not easy in the past. Also, we deepened our cooperation with our international partners, as the crime that threatens our internal security does not recognize any borders, and the major cyber threats came to the Czech Republic from abroad. We had to build the center of UAV protection, digitize our activities, develop technology. We have mobile operation centers. We are able to register foreign nationals anywhere in the field. We have many information systems available. I'm talking about it so that you can hear, at least within a limited period of time, that the police is not asleep. We try to take lesson from the past. We invest into personnel and technology, and we try to open up to the public, to commercial institutions and entities. And we intensively cooperate mainly with universities. In spring 2022, we set our priorities and values based on which we want to fulfill our objectives. We want to serve the Czech citizens. Then in 23 in spring, we assessed our possibilities and capabilities, and we have set also major risks related to internal security, whether it's terrorism or active shooters, attacks, hybrid interventions of foreign entities, impacts on the economic crisis at the level of the order, then illegal migration waves, and the growing number of natural catastrophes and incidents. None of these threats we are able to eliminate on our own. We need for that understanding and support. In order to be successful for the future, we try to define several measures to help us with that. These are organizational measures. Our organizational structure is changing in details, but I believe that the change is inevitable. We have carried out many changes in the area of human resources management. Last year, we managed to attract over 2,300 new members of the police forces, which is the largest number in the past 10 years. We also did a lot to stabilize our experienced policemen. The lowest number left when compared to other previous years, it is not a success, or I'm not talking about it as a success. I'm talking about that because no security entity has any more valuable asset than human resources. You have to invest in human resources and keep that in mind. We have also reduced the agenda, simplified it. We continue with digitization. We try to improve the analytical capabilities. We are working on a single analytical tool. And also, we are improving the partnership with all the entities, with the public sector, private sector, and education. And we adopt innovative approaches in our economic management so that the operation is cheaper for the state, but also in order for the state to understand our requirements. To conclude, I would like to say that as the police of the Czech Republic, we have experience. We have wonderful staff, and we know what we want. But I want to say what we need in order not to lose energy, motivation, resolve, and wonderful human resources in order to ensure the highest security level for our citizens. To prepare for new threats, we need understanding and support from the general public and also from the political representations. And we need to change the trend of funding of internal security with respect to the overall funding, and with respect to GDP has a declining tendency. There is only one security. You cannot distinguish different types of attacks, internal threats, external threats. Security does not come for free. You have to invest. And that's why I support the political manifesto of the Czech government that you cannot have security without stability and stability without security. Thank you.
Děkuji panu generálu Vondráškovi a teď
Thank you, Lieutenant General Vondrášek. And now I'd like to pass the floor to Lieutenant General Vladimír Vlček. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to maybe correct one mistake, because 2 years ago there was a panel that focused on internal security. It was after the aggression of Russia in Ukraine, and we sit at the same table with General Opata, and we talked about how the Czech Republic is helping Ukraine, and at the same time we talked about how Czechia, the citizens, the municipalities are helping Ukrainian refugees here in the Czech Republic. So just by way of introduction, but I would like to extend my gratitude to you for the invitation so that I can sit here at one table with Director General Paďourek and Lieutenant General Vondrášek. I think I owe it to all the firefighters in the Czech Republic to thank them and emphasize that there are over 900,000 of fire rescuers who stand ready to help promote our security. And I'm not making any differences between voluntary firefighters and professional firefighters. What is important is the fact that there is a great amount of Czech citizens who stand ready to help if needed. And that's very important. When I attend meetings of NATO at the NATO headquarters, I always emphasize two things: civil-military cooperation, and the second is the resilience. I will just briefly mention these two areas. As the police president mentioned, it was quite difficult to establish an effective cooperation between military and civil spheres, the military and non-military sectors. This was due to the fact that there was strong resortism in the Czech Republic. So we did this, they did that, and the cooperation was just very general. But the situation has changed recently. It changed especially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and it changed also in the international context. Because, for instance, in the EU or with the NATO, we didn't have much of a cooperation between the military and civil branches, but now the cooperation is much more intensive. And this is very important. For instance, the EU has a system called Mechanism of Civil Protection. It is a system that was created for catastrophes or disasters, but we can see that it is being used also in military crises, such as in Ukraine, in Gaza, and so on. And this is the way to go for future. I attended a Government Security Council recently, and we had a discussion about how the integrated rescue services should be prepared for various crises. Director General Czechia said that we are soldiers and we are prepared for defense. And we cannot expect that in the future, if there is an emergency, the first thing that the government will do, they will call in the army. We need to have such mechanisms that each of us has certain expertise, certain area of expertise. And that's how we approach it now. We do not want soldiers to, if in case there is any crisis, are immediately deployed. Of course, if they have some special equipment, if we need some, let's say, heavy equipment that they only have, if we have floods, huge floods or something like that, then there's something different. But it doesn't mean that we should call in the army whenever there is, some emergency. But that's the narrative that has been rooted here, and this is wrong, because we have some standard security forces here, and the army should be prepared for military action, for defense of the country. But on the other hand, if our country is to meet its NATO commitments, then without the integrated rescue service support, it will not be possible. If we talk about, host nation support, or if we talk about transit route, all these are areas where we need the cooperation of the entire integrated rescue service. And the integrated rescue service is actually quite unique in the Czech Republic. Basically, it was established some 31 years ago, even though it was constituted officially on the 1st of January 2001, but in fact it was established much earlier. And it shows us that the integrated rescue service and the various rescue services and security forces can cooperate very efficiently. Perhaps I could mention a few things regarding resilience, because resilience is not just the resilience of the state, but also the resilience of the society and the resilience of the individuals. And this is something that we sometimes tend to misinterpret, because some citizens think that, well, whenever there is a crisis, the state will take care of me. But that's not true. We don't have the means for that. Today, as the moderator mentioned, we have 22 risks that are clearly defined, that have the top priority, and they fall within the remit of individual ministries, and we have specialized plans for these risks. I could name 2 examples. For instance, migration crisis. There was a risk plan prepared where the biggest scenario, the biggest projection was 20,000. But at one point of the Ukrainian crisis, we had 17.5 thousand refugees coming here a day, not a month. So that's one example of how these plans are not working. Or another example, a blackout. A blackout is a highly discussed topic, and in some regions we focused on the topic of blackout, and we realized that in some regions there were only 15% of parts of integral security infrastructure that could survive for 72 hours in case of a blackout, which is a terrible number. So we have to increase our resilience. And we should also look at it from the point of view of crisis management. Crisis management was hit heavily during COVID, and we didn't use crisis management well enough during COVID. But on the other hand, during the refugee crisis, the principles of crisis management were adhered to very meticulously, and the result was that within only a few weeks we managed to take in thousands or hundreds of thousands of refugees from Ukraine. We were able to provide shelter and food for them. Of course, there's always room for improvement, and it also applies to the integrated rescue services. But in case there are any changes, we should make sure that we don't disrupt those things that actually work in the system well. Now I would like to talk about protection of the civilians, of the protection of our inhabitants. The concept of civilian protection was adopted in 2020 at the time of a peace. It was adopted for a peaceful state of affairs. So the topics that are discussed today, such as shelters, warnings, information, equipment of personal protection, all this was defined in 2020 for the times of peace. But it is not true to say that during the former regime all the citizens were taken care of, we all had shelters and so on. No, that's not true. Only 13% of the population would have been taken care of without any selection. So only 13% would have had the necessary personal equipment or shelters and so on. So if we want to reach the level as Switzerland or Finland, where shelters were built immediately after Second World War, then from our point or from our calculations, the amount would be astronomical. It would require 5 trillion Czech crowns, which is non-realistic. And even the Finns are able to make their shelters up and running in only 12 hours, I apologize. And now just imagine if there is a tactical weapon or tactical strike coming here within just a minute. What would you do with a shelter that can be up and running in 12 hours? So we need to improve this. We need to improve this infrastructure. We need to upgrade the sirens, the warning systems. We want to modernize the entire information systems such as sirens. But all these things cannot be done without sufficient funds. And as regards masks, we all remember that when we were kids during the communist regimes, we had practices when we had to wear masks, face masks. But again, it's not true that everyone, all the citizens would have had these personal masks for a case of chemical attack. There were only some 40%. And now we are trying to change the situation. But if we change the situation, again, we need to have the necessary funding. And the funds will be substantial. So we need to update the concept of civilian protection. We need to submit it to the government so that we can define clearly who the threatened citizens are and how we should take care of them. And perhaps this will change the entire concept of civilian protection and all the related issues. And perhaps one thing which has not been mentioned here, which is that the civilian protection is not possible without each and single one of us. So we cannot say, okay, I am a sick person, I go to a doctor and I say, doctor, treat me, cure me, doctor. No, that's not possible. each citizen needs to contribute to their security in the area of education and approach their own security and so on. So we need to motivate our citizens to be able to take care of themselves. We need to raise awareness of these issues also among the adult population. So these are the most important aspects that I wanted to mention. So we need to make sure that each citizen bears the responsibility for how he or she protects themselves.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the time is up, but it is perhaps also the evidence that the topic discussed during this panel is truly an up-to-date topic that has various aspects, and the Czech Republic's security system will be as strong as its weakest link. And we have to start talking about things like what kind of means are going to be presented as a defense budget. Are we going to include also expenditures of relevant ministries? And how are we going to improve the resilience of our population? And perhaps the best way to continue is to keep discussing this topic at various workshops and conferences, and discuss the topic not in a year's time, but throughout the whole year. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for your attention, and enjoy the lunch.
Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
Vysoká škola CEVRO se snaží rozvíjet toho člověka jako takovýho, aby se uplatnil přesně v tom oboru, ve kterém se vzdělává.
Jsem ráda za to, že nejsem jenom číslo v systému.
Naši absolventi se dostávají do velmi vysokých pozic.
Viem, že môj zamestnávateľ vedel o Vysokej škole CEVRO a vedel, že je to teda známka kvality.
Diplom
z Vysoké školy Cevro má velkou hodnotu v soukromé sféře, v biznisu, ale také ve veřejné správě.
Tady jsou vždycky lidi z praxe. Když máme bezpečnostní strategii, tak tady jsou lidi, kteří ji psali.
Vlastně skoro každý týden tady můžete potkat někoho, kdo něco znamená.
Já zejména kladu důraz na to, aby hledali primární zdroje, aby se nenechali ovládat.
Co mě nejvíc baví je, že kdykoliv těm svým vyučujícím můžu zavolat, napsat.
A doopravdy to studium nebylo jenom samotné studium, ale i to řešení těch problémů v tom profesním životě, kterým se setkáváte.
Nás dobře připravili prostě právě na to, jak rychle se ten svět vyvíjí.
Naučil mě to přemýšlet o některých mechanismech, které se v té společnosti dějou.
Ta praktičnost, po které já prahnu, tak prostě ta byla v každé přednášce.
V podstatě hnedka moje první práce. Nebylo to pro mě žádný velký střet s realitou, protože už ten střet s realitou jsem v podstatě zažila tady.
Vysoká škola by měla těm studentům předat nejenom ty znalosti a vědomosti, které tady nabudou, ale zejména i nějaké morální hodnoty.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Už 25 let nejsme na obranu sami. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme NATO.
We are NATO, an alliance of like-minded countries. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomats. Crisis responders. We are NATO.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Raz, 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 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Raz, dva, tři. Raz, raz, raz.
Hej, 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 raz.
Pětka, pětka. Šestka, šestka. Raz, dva, tři.
Hej, hej, raz, raz, dva, tři.
Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět, šest. Stage. Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět, šest. Raz, dva, tři. Je to slyšet, na vazbě to není. Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět, šest. Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět, šest. Jo. Test. Jo?
Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
Vysoká škola CEVRO se snaží rozvíjet toho člověka jako takového, aby se uplatnil přesně v tom oboru, ve kterém se vzdělává.
Jsem ráda za to, že nejsem jenom číslo v systému.
Naši absolventi se dostávají do velmi vysokých pozic.
Vím, že můj zaměstnavatel věděl o vysoké škole CEVRO a věděl, že to teda známka kvality.
Diplom z vysoké školy CEVRO má velkou hodnotu v soukromé sféře, v biznisu, ale také ve veřejné správě.
Tady jsou vždycky lidi z praxe. Když řešíme bezpečnostní strategii, tak tady jsou lidi, kteří ji psali.
Vlastně skoro každý týden tady můžete potkat někoho, kdo něco znamená.
Já zejména kladu důraz na to, aby hledali primární zdroje, aby se nenechali ovládat.
Co mě nejvíc baví je, že kdykoliv těm svým vyučujícím můžu zavolat, napsat.
A doopravdy to studium nebylo jenom samotné studium, ale i to řešení těch problémů v tom profesním životě, kterým se setkáváte.
Nás dobře připravili prostě právě na to, jak rychle se ten svět vyvíjí.
Naučil mě to přemýšlet o některých mechanismech, které se v té společnosti dějou.
Ta praktičnost, po které já prahnu, tak prostě ta byla v každé přednášce.
V podstatě hnedka moje první práce. Nebylo to pro mě žádný velký střet s realitou, protože už ten střet s realitou jsem v podstatě zažila tady.
Vysoká škola by měla těm studentům předat nejenom ty znalosti a vědomosti, které tady nabudou, ale zejména i nějaké morální hodnoty.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Už 25 let nejsme na obranu sami. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme NATO.
We are NATO, an alliance of like-minded countries. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomats. Crisis responders. We are NATO.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Dámy a pánové,
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up.
vážený pane prezidente Pavle,
Dear President Pavel, dear President Clinton, I am honored to welcome you to the 11th edition of our conference, Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, which is taking place symbolically on the 25th anniversary of the Czech Republic's accession to NATO. It is a great honor for us to welcome two commanders-in-chief, one current commander-in-chief and one former US commander-in-chief, who had a very strong personal role in the expansion of the NATO. 5 years ago, we had the honor of welcoming Madeleine Albright here at the conference, who informed President Clinton that she was coming to Prague to attend this conference. And President Clinton gave her the message that Madeleine Albright read to all of us. This is the recording, and I'm going to quote, "Greetings to all of you who are here in Prague celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland joining NATO. As President of the USA, I've always tried to open the doors to the Central European nations, and the year 1999 was one of my proudest moments of my presidency. Today, it shows that it was the right thing to do, that it strengthened NATO and improved security in Europe and around the world, especially at the time when we see efforts to divide the world and retreat from humanity. Partnership in NATO is more important than ever." I can perhaps reveal that we also have Madeleine Albright's daughter, Kate, in the US delegation here today. President Clinton, thank you for accepting the invitation to speak at our conference, and thank you for your political courage 30 years ago. Thanks to that, we were one of the first country an opportunity to have a very prestigious position of chair of the NATO Military Committee, a position that was then taken by former chief of General Staff of the Czech Army and today's President, Petr Pavel, whom I would like to invite to the stage. The floor is yours.
Vážení představitelé,
dear representatives of the parliamentary political parties, dear President Clinton, dear guests, to convince the public that our security cannot be taken for granted is a bit easier for the third year in a row. Unfortunately, for reasons that are not too great. Last year, I mentioned how deeply we were wrong in the West when we thought that no conventional war was possible in Europe anymore. I talked about how collectively we overlooked all the warning signs. We wanted to believe in the strength of rules. We were convinced that business and economic cooperation will bring us together and will not make it possible for us to fight one another. The extent of Russia's and Putin's aggression and their brutality was a shock to us. It came as a shock, and the next year proved once and again that the war is now near to an end. The hopes that Ukrainians who took up the initiative will push out the occupants turned out to be wrong. Ukraine is coming on a defense. Ukrainians who know what the aggressor is capable of are trying to defend their country. They know that they are fighting for their survival and their own future. They want the same thing that we have always wanted to, the right to live in peace and to freely decide on their future fate. And through this prism, we should look at this year's anniversary. It was exactly 25 years ago that the Czech Republic became member of NATO. And our joining of NATO confirmed that we belong to the transatlantic family of nations. The subsequent peaceful years were easy. They gave us the feeling of security, and it became something that most citizens consider for granted. But then the crisis and trials and tribulations came. We see that Russia never came to peace with its loss of influence. And without NATO commitments, perhaps we too, as well as our eastern neighbors, would have to face the same fate as Ukraine. The fate of Ukraine reminds us of how crucial it was that the political representatives back then took up the opportunity and helped us join NATO. Although it was not for granted too. It had its adversaries both abroad as well as here on the domestic political scene. 30 years ago, the question whether NATO should be enlarged and accept Eastern European states was a question of political debates in the US. The discussions why, if, and to what extent the Central Europe should be integrated into transatlantic structures was lengthy and difficult. And it has an open ending. It was an open question. And today, when we remind ourselves of our accession to NATO, we should be thankful to those who helped us become members of NATO and convinced others that we should be accepted. And that's why I invited Bill Clinton to Prague, the 42nd President of the United States of America and a great friend of the Czech Republic. President, once again, welcome to Prague. Thank you for your energy, for your openness and your optimism. Today, it's been 25 years since we've been members of NATO, and thanks to you and your administration, especially the Czech native and a great friend of Václav Havel, Madeleine Albright. I am honored I was honored to give you the Order of Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, and I am convinced that the first enlargement of NATO remains a great success today. NATO, thanks to the enlargement, received new capabilities as well as depth. New members contributed to the alliance and the security of all members, including the US. In between, we proved that we were able to be good and reliable allies, especially in military missions. It is worth mentioning that attractiveness of NATO is still relevant. There are still countries who are interested in joining, including Ukraine and Georgia. Out of 19 members in 1999, the number increased all the way to 32 this year. The accession of Finland and now Sweden means a material strengthening for NATO. But still, NATO faces two big challenges today. I've already mentioned the external threat, but there's also an unprecedented threat to the transatlantic unity. And that's why we need to know that NATO will remain our security guarantee only if we all respect our commitments and our security guarantees. 30 years since the fall of the Iron Curtain, Europeans took the peaceful dividend. But the wake-up call was quite harsh. But now we finally see what's at stake. Finally, the Europeans realize what's at stake, and I'm glad that the Czech Republic decided to reach the minimum of 2% GDP defense spending. I would like to remind you all that the situation will probably require for us to invest much more into our defense in the future. Europe needs to be able to contribute to its own security so that we can be a reliable partner to the US and can contribute significantly to our shared security. And that's why the European NATO pillar needs to have strategic enablers developed, such as strategic transport, logistics, connections, including satellite connections, as well as strategic intelligence. The July Washington NATO summit will be an opportunity to show our US ally as well as the world that we stand ready to make our partnership a balanced one across both sides of the Atlantic. NATO as a whole, after years, is coming back to its primary legacy and role, which is shared collective security. We have to focus on our capacities to be able to win in the current conflict, but we also have to have a quantitative edge, especially in modern technologies. There are three important tasks ahead of us. Increase industrial production in all sectors of defense industry. Second of all, increase our battle capabilities and or combat capabilities while using innovation and experience from the Ukrainian battlefield, especially in the area of autonomous systems, and keep internal unity of NATO. And of course, the Kremlin is aware of this condition, and that's why it's trying to wage hybrid warfare against European countries. We shouldn't forget that cyberspace has become the new operational domain of Russians. And that's why I would like to appreciate that we keep increasing our cybersecurity and information security as well. The trigger for Article 5 activation could be also a hybrid warfare or cyber attack that would be comparable to the effects of a conventional attack. I'm glad that the Czech Republic this year will host several important events which will address these rules in greater detail. In May, we will have a meeting of Ministers of Foreign Affairs, and in September, we will have the military committee meeting here in Prague. Dear guests, our security really cannot be taken for granted. Our interest in security, and to a worse extent also in defense, not only our and security as well as the security of and defense of our allies, should be a question that is that goes beyond different or across political lines. It has nothing to do with political partisanship. Security is the main precondition for everything that free and democratic society has to offer. We need to have inclusive rule of law, economy, culture, as well as opportunities for every individual. Thank you for your attention and have an inspirational debate.
Dámy a pánové,
ladies and gentlemen,
for me to introduce to you our keynote speaker today and also our main guest in Prague today. As we all know, 25 years ago, Czech Republic, together with Poland and Hungary, has formally joined NATO at the event at Truman's Library in Missouri. As the ambassador of my country to the United States, I had the privilege to be there too. My country thus got the best security guarantee in its modern history. And there were three extraordinary persons, 2 men and 1 woman, who helped to pave the road towards the fulfilling our long-time security goal. 2 of them are not more among us. They are just watching us from the heavens. Madeleine Albright and, of course, President Václav Havel. But the third of them, and I would say the most important one, is still here, in a very good shape. We love you in Reduta, because you, President Clinton, made the most important decision. You invited us. You showed the courage, because we all remember that you had to convince many doubtful minds, even in your own administration. You expressed and did it with the wisdom and determination. There is a common wisdom in abroad that the Czechs are very effective in fulfilling their goals, and they are not very great in their ability to express the word of thanks. President Pavel, thank you very much for extending this invitation today, for awarding President Clinton just an hour ago, because I believe that this day is an opportunity to show to ourselves, as well as to the world outside, that the Czech are able to say thank you very much. So, dámy a pánové, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, give a warm welcome to President William Jefferson Clinton.
Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I thank you very much, Ambassador Vondra, for the memories, for your generosity. You managed to make me think about all this as if it happened yesterday. I miss President Avil, and I miss Madeleine Albright. But I'm glad that after 25 years at least, I was still standing and able to come and speak for, I hope for them and for all of us who were here. I want to thank Lord George Robertson, former NATO Secretary General, for being here. He was there. Ambassador Sabat, thank you very much. And to Mr. Pavlicek and others involved in sponsoring this, I thank you. And mostly, President Pavel, I want to thank you for many things, but I would like to begin at least at part of the end of this story. When I became president, I wanted to expand NATO, but I knew that even some of the NATO members were questioning it. They were very proud of the military alliance and what it had done to stabilize Europe at the end of the war. And they were uncertain of whether the expansion would be more politics than security. What did it mean? Where would we stop? You know, all the things that keep people from doing things they should do in many areas of life. And Václav Havel was a remarkable man who had a good sense of humor and was not particularly overbearing. And Mr. President, I say this with great admiration. No one would ever make the mistake of thinking that he had been the head of his country's armed forces before he became president. He was a poet, a playwright, with an amazing imagination. But he was adamant about one thing from the first time I met him until I went with Madeleine to your beautiful cathedral to his funeral. And that was that the Czech Republic would never be totally secure unless it was in a network of European security anchored by NATO. And I watched him make arguments for years before we finally worked all this out. But I remember 25 years ago, and I remember earlier than that when we voted to expand. We were 25 years ago, 27 years ago, I think, we were in Madrid voting to do this. And it's funny what you remember, since men often don't wear ties anymore, but I'm glad that all of you still do. I still remember that we were in Madrid and that perhaps their most famous manufacturer of ties, Loa, made a tie for all the people who had come to the NATO summit to vote to expand NATO. And On the tie, there was a depiction of a very famous Spanish game, which, at the time, which involved throwing real live human beings up and down out of a blanket. And we could see all these, and you know, so you might have an orange or a blue or a whatever figure, but they were all, I still got that tie. I looked at it again before I came on this trip. And sometimes you just have to take a chance. And that's what everybody involved 25 years ago decided to do. I think that it's been a good investment. It was a good, sensible risk, and it has immensely strengthened NATO. And the motto of this conference is as true today as it was then, perhaps more true. You can't ever take your security for granted. And we know that we need more networks of cooperation. For the benefit of those who are not Czech who are here and anybody who may be covering this, I do think, you know, we have a few people in America, I'm embarrassed to say, who like to appear as if somehow they think NATO's a con game and the United States is giving too much and nobody else is giving enough. It's ludicrous, that position. This is something that is helping us all, and no one today has been more visible. But I want this, since we're here and the Czech government is hosting us, what have you done with your 25 years? Prime Minister Fiala was among the first Western leaders to visit Ukraine after the invasion of 2022. And you, Mr. President, last year became the first to visit the Eastern Front. Over the last 2 years, this country of only 11 million people has delivered more than $2.3 billion worth of military assistance to Ukraine. You were the first NATO member to give the Ukrainians heavy armored vehicles. And now you're leading the drive. I love this. I'm going to have a field day with this when I get home to America, and I'm lobbying the Congress to do our part. You are trying to figure out how to get 1 million artillery shells to Ukraine in a global collection effort that goes far beyond NATO members. Nobody else is doing that I'm aware of. So the most important thing I can say is thank you. Furthermore, I live in a country with 340 million people, and we have trouble managing our immigration problems on the southern border, as all of you know. 1.9 million people had to be processed last year. The Czech Republic has 11 million people. You do the math. And it's taken more than 500,000 refugees from Ukraine to try to show solidarity with freedom and decency and democracy. This NATO deal has been the best thing that ever happened to all the rest of us because of what the Czech Republic and Poland and sometimes more reluctantly, but eventually there, and Hungary have done with it. We did the right thing to expand NATO and to keep expanding it, and now there are more than 30 countries in NATO. So this is a day to celebrate our forebears, say they did a good job. It is also perhaps a day to think about a little bit what lies ahead. But I do think all of you should be grateful, because I'm not sure we could have done this then if it had not been for Havel's leadership. Just because he was so dogged about it. When I was president, we had a few members of Congress who wanted the White House to do things. And they were impossible to live with until you finally did whatever it was they wanted. And so we set up in the White House what we called a Just Say Yes list. Somebody got on that list, you didn't waste any time. Whatever they wanted, you just went ahead and said yes, because you knew you were going to do it anyway, and you didn't want to be an old person by the time you finally got around to being able to do something else. That's the way Havel was about this. It was great. So we should celebrate that. But I think we also should support those who have made sure in these last 25 years that the expansion was handled in the proper way. Not too fast, not too slow, making sure people were ready to assume the military responsibilities. Your president knows a lot about that. It's one thing to talk about doing something, quite another to be able to do it, and to do it in the right way. And I'm very grateful again to you. And finally, I think we can celebrate the fact that Finland and Sweden have just become the 31st and 32nd members of NATO, and they are very capable of strengthening our military capacity, our defense capacity. And they make the strategic geography of Northern Europe look entirely different. So for all of you who supported that, I thank you. I just wanted to say one or two other things, because I know you have a lot of things to do on your conference. When we were doing all this, I was really lucky that Madeleine Albright was my UN ambassador, and that I appointed as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General John Shalikashvili, who was born in Poland to a father from Georgia and a Polish mother, and was the first enlisted person ever to rise all the way through the ranks to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It was really good for America's knowledge of geography, too. They had to learn how to say Shalikashvili and then realize where Georgia was, that it was not a place that grew peaches in the middle of America. It was a remarkable place fighting for its own freedom. And we had, as my Deputy Secretary of State, to Madeleine Strobe Talbot, who is also still with us today, who when we were boys, when we were just 22 and living together in England, he had run the Moscow bureau of Time magazine and was selected by the representatives of Nikita Khrushchev to receive his memoirs and translate and edit them. So the other thing I was doing when I first found the Czech Republic, I was living in England, and I would get up every morning and make breakfast for my roommate, Strobe Talbot, and listen to Nikita Khrushchev's voice over the tape recorder. And anybody who was thinking about anything then would have wondered, will the Berlin Wall ever fall? Will the Warsaw Pact ever come to an end? Will freedom ever return? But there were a lot of people who were convinced that it would. And the interesting thing is how many people were ready to make the most of it when it did. Because that's really what we're celebrating here, isn't it? I mean, 25 years ago, you had to figure out what was the next big building block and what would happen after the Berlin Wall fell. And you did the right thing. And it's funny, sometimes I feel like I was just the guy who was along for the ride. I was lucky. I was in the right place at the right time more than once. But I remember 25 years ago as if it were yesterday. And I believed that if we did this right, it would be peace and prosperity for 25 years. And I believed that if Russia made a decision that I was always afraid they would, which is not to keep working together with us, but to try to reestablish in some way a dominant geographical position on the European continent, that whether we did NATO right then would determine what would happen when the crisis came. And I think we should all say, all of you today, you should think about how you feel about all this. And think about the next 25 years. I think President Putin made a mistake deciding to stay for life. I love being America's president. I would have stayed forever if there were no term limits, or until the people defeated me at the polls. But it's better in a free society to extol the system, the values, the rule of law, instead of the dominance of any individual. We should all do our part, give it our best, and go on with our lives as best we can, grateful for the chance to serve. But I just ask you to think about all this now, because he probably won't like my saying this, but President Putin's not going to live forever any more than I am. The last I checked, that we all have an expiration date. We just don't necessarily know when it is. And our job is to leave our children and grandchildren a future better than we had. So I will say this. I do not regret a single minute I spent trying to bring Russia into partnership with the rest of us. And we all know I failed, don't we? But I don't regret it. I met with President Yeltsin 13 times. I met with President Putin when he was prime minister and then president 5 times. We had a NATO-Russia Founding Act to have a partnership. We gave Russia a vote in NATO affairs early. We offered them the chance to participate, and how we managed the end of both the Bosnian campaign and the campaign in Kosovo. I don't regret any of it. And I failed. Or we did, in the sense that Russia took a different path. But it's important to get caught trying to do the right thing. So there will come another time in the next 25 years, I predict. Maybe I'll be long gone, but we'll have a chance to write a new history. And it'll be better because of the strength of the Czech Republic. It'll be better because you let Sweden and Finland into NATO. It'll be better because no one can claim you're operating from a position of weakness when you hold open the door of partnership. I will always regret that all those years, in the years that I was president, 8 years, I met with the leader of Russia only 3 times less than all Americans had between 1945 and 1992, just in those 8 years. So when I hear all the stuff about how we jam them with the expansion of NATO, that's a big fairy tale. But the people of this country and your neighbors in Poland and Hungary and everywhere else, they deserve the right to be free. We deserve the chance to see Europe democratic and united and at peace for the first time since nation states rose up on the European continent. And as my old friends used to say, it was not NATO moving east. It was the East knocking on NATO's door. So I ask you in this security conference, without obviously ignoring what the consequences are now, we have to stay with Ukraine as long as Ukraine is fighting. Every one of us do. And the people who act like it doesn't matter to America or any other country just need to go back and review the history of Europe from the 1930s to the current day and see if we don't have a common responsibility to our people and to the future. But you also should be thinking of a brighter day. Yes, we need to get everybody behind the Ukraine. I admire the way President Zelensky and his family and his administration have hung in there. But someday we will have other options. And we need conferences like this to think about, what do we want NATO and Europe to look like 25 years from now? What about 50 years from now? I think that my President Biden, and our country, our government has the right position on this. I hope we will be able to persuade the Congress to go along. I think we need to make sure people know more about how much stronger NATO is with Sweden and Finland in it, and what a complementary picture it makes. But the most important thing I want you to do is not be ashamed or embarrassed, even in the midst of this conflict in Ukraine. To imagine 25 years from now. It will help us to hold support for staying the course in Ukraine. If people actually believe that it can be different than it is. I do. I do. I'm sorry that when I was there, I couldn't persuade Mr. Putin to stay with where I think we were going with his predecessor. I did my best. But time and circumstance happens to everybody. You're gonna have another chance. So we gotta stay together, stay with Ukraine, get through it, make sure the world knows how much better NATO is now because of your new members and what's being done. And keep dreaming of a better tomorrow. Remember, Havel was a poet and a playwright, and he had an infectious sense of humor, which he kept even when he was in prison. And he is the only head of state that I ever had ask me when I was invited him to the White House for a state dinner. He said, I want you to get Lou Reed to perform at the state dinner. He was the only head of state who ever asked me for someone who was a rock and roll legend, but everybody else wanted to hear a famous cellist, a famous violinist, see a great actor. Havel knew, as we say where I grew up, where the rubber met the road. Don't forget, NATO lives where the rubber meets the road. So be proud of what you've done, prove that it works, and start dreaming right now about what you hope will happen when this meeting is held 25 years from today. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you so much and for so much more than just this inspiring speech. Dámy a pánové, vážení diváci, vážení hosté.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I have the pleasure of welcoming you to a very unique panel, unique in the Czech Republic, because the goal of the next panel is clear. If you want to find a consensus on top security issues that are ahead of all of us, then it's already a tradition of this conference that we have a political debate of all leaders that are represented, leaders of the parties represented in the Parliament of the Czech Republic. Now I will ask all the representatives in an alphabetical order based on the name of their political party. So first I would like to ask Karel Havlíček, first Deputy Chairman of ANO, then Ivan Bartoš, Chairman of the Czech Pirates Party, and Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization and Minister of Regional Development, Jan Bartošek, first Deputy Chairman of Christian Democrats, Alexandra Vondra, Deputy Chairman of the Civic Democratic Party and Member of European Parliament, Radim Fiala, Deputy Chairman of SPD and Member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Vít Rakušan, Chairman of STAN, and of Mayors and Independents and Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior, Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, Chairwoman of Top 09 and Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, and I'm glad that we will have both presidents during the first part of the debate, so President Pavel and President Clinton. The first part of this panel has the same form. Each representative of a political party will have 2 minutes to sum up their vision of the security strategy of the Czech Republic. And since our program and our agenda are quite busy, I would like to ask you to stay true to the schedule. And first, Mr. Karel Havlíček. President Clinton, President Pavel, I feel a bit nervous since I'm the first, and we have a lady here, so I would like to ask the lady whether she would like to go first so that I don't feel embarrassed. Okay, so Madam Speaker, thank you for being a gentleman, but I will keep the alphabetical order because we discuss security issues, and in the army, you know, order is of utmost importance. So let's stick to the alphabetical order. Okay, well, so let me start by saying starting with the most important thing: 25 years of our NATO membership. I can say it right away. It was the most important step in the independent Czech Republic history. In my view, it's even more important than our accession to EU. Our joining the EU was more of a decision to become member of an economically developed world, but being part of NATO is, in my opinion, a strategic decision to be part of a free democratic world and not hide alibistically behind the curtain of neutrality. And after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the importance of NATO has increased even more. And it became strengthened with Finland and Sweden joining NATO. And as President Clinton said, it's important to show unity and strength. And it was also important to mention the DCA that was signed between the Czech Republic and the US, and we also have to strengthen the European pillar. That's why we also supported the 2% GDP defense spending. And when our party was at the helm, we also strengthened the defense spending. We increased it from 0.9% to 1.4%. As I'm sure you know, we also promoted inclusion of refugees from Ukraine, also the training of Ukrainian soldiers and so on. But on the other hand, we also have to be critical if we think that something is not right. We also have to talk about the funds being used efficiently. It's important. It's not important to use to spend 2% of GDP on defense. It's important to use it wisely and effectively. And we think that at this point, it's not good to start talking about Ukraine joining NATO at this point, and we are against sending troops to Ukraine. And we agree with Jens Stoltenberg, who said on Monday that NATO is not part of the conflict. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Okay, now Ivan Bartoš.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk at this conference, also conference that is organized on the occasion of 25th anniversary of our accession to NATO. Putin's aggression actually highlights the importance of security and defense cooperation in the Euro-Atlantic space, and I welcome the expansion of NATO by 2 new members. But actually, any naiveness with respect to aggressivity of strong regime would not pay off. You know, when you look at the Russian TV, they say that they are picking up European cities that they are planning to bomb. We know from history where appeasement leads, and we cannot allow a similar practice to happen with respect to Ukraine. Unfortunately, it was a tragic wake-up call, but the basic foundation for our security is the collective defense. We also need to cooperate at the European level so that the European Union is able to develop its security and defense aspect, because a strong and secure EU means a stronger and secure NATO. And to conclude, 2 more things. The Czech government supports active role of the Czech Republic in defense activities, and conventional war is not the only threat for Europe, and that's why we need to also be able to fight hybrid threats, economic war, and cyber tools that are an integral part of this war. And I am happy to say that the government adopts necessary measures as we consider them an important threat. Mr. Bartošek, dear presidents, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I see the future of the Czech Republic as an active member of NATO. The future needs to be closely linked to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. We also need to support resilience of the Czech Republic. Unlike the equipment and material that you can procure, the willingness of the people to protect its country, this is something that you have to actively support, and you have to start early in young generation to support this willingness. It will not appear just on its own. We can do it by supporting domestic defense industry, and when you look into the international arena, it's the question of good quality supply chains. I believe that manufacture needs to go back to Europe, because in case of conflicts, we are under threat. If there is no manufacture in Europe or in the Czech Republic, we are weak and vulnerable. That's the question for our future. We need to invest into R&D with new technologies. When we have China on one hand side that massively invests into AI, quantum computers, we individual states are not able to compete with China, but we need to stand against it. And it's about cooperation, because technology advance is something that distinguished us from the rest of the world, because there was technology advancement in Europe. Also, our internal security is important, and Russia tries to break the unity using social media. We have to support the faith of our people and belief in our state and integrity. Mr. Vondra. Well, President Clinton has said it all from the international point of view, and Jan Bartošek said it all from the Czech perspective, and I would sign all of that. I would just add, all starts with diplomacy and foreign policy. So before we start fighting, there are negotiations. So we need to stick to the three pillars: Atlantic, European, and Central European pillars. Yes, sometimes there are some difficulties. Now we have some discrepancies with Slovakia and Hungary with respect to certain areas, but we need to keep communicating. We need to eliminate the European weakness. We want the US to find some agreement in certain issues. So we need to have these three strong legs and have them balanced. And then we need to do the homework. First of all, to spend enough money on defense. 2% is the minimum amount. I think that we will discuss also increase of these spendings. We also need to make sure that army is able to defend us. We also need to improve the resilience and will in the general public. We also need to have a good foundation of the domestic defense industry. We have managed to do a lot in the past years, and we are witnessing that while supporting Ukraine. And Europe also needs to be able to protect its borders. And last but not least, we have to continue with supporting Ukraine and what the Czech government does. I support them, and I think it's noted well also abroad. Thank you very much. Radim Fiala. Dear presidents, in the past, we've been part of larger structures, and it not always paid off. For example, in 1938, and then after World War II, I mean the brutal Soviet occupation. But sometimes we have to think about ourselves. We have to define our security interests, and the situation actually forces us to do it. And we are in a situation when the country is in a very weak position in terms of army. It's a destruction of one of the pillars of statehood. And it's a paradox that politicians and political parties during the political crisis that is escalating are talking about a war and possible involvement of the country in the war. Our country must strive for a peaceful dialogue and coming back of stability in Europe. In the past, the term restricted stability was used, and it could be a restricted or limited nuclear war. This is a scenario that is possible and is fatally dangerous for the Czech Republic. Peace has become an unwanted alternative for crisis solution, and strategic failure of Russia is considered to be the right solution. But this strategic defeat is not what we need. We need to freeze the war and talk about peace and negotiate about peace and include all of the parties. We need to also have enough courage to change the borders in parts of the Ukraine, the changes that the borders that were created by the Soviet Union.
Dear President Pavel, dear President Clinton, I must say I'm an ideologically blind person, and with regard to the previous speech, and I must say we have to promote and support Ukraine until the defeat of Russia. We have to stand behind Ukraine, and it's our commitment to do so. Sometimes we have to, make sacrifices. Sometimes we have to, give up of a bit of comfort and funding, but or money. But still, it pays off because Ukrainians pay with their lives on a daily basis. Their best men and young men are killed every day, and we have to realize that we fight a strong adversary, be it Russia or China, who do not know the difference between private and public interest, between private and economic, and so on. These are people who know no rules. We have to be ready by investing into our security, and I'm glad that our government committed to the 2% GDP defense spending. But we also have to think about our internal security. As our Swedish partners say, it's about total security. We need to make sure we don't have any blind spots. We have to fight off any campaigns, hybrid warfare, and so on. We have to invest into our integrated rescue system, into education of our young people so that they are able to do crisis management and are able to react to various types of crises. 25 years ago, we joined NATO, and we expected to receive a sense of security and safety, and it all have been fulfilled. And I would like to thank everyone involved. But I must say that we did not expect one thing, and this was conventional war in Europe. But it still happened, and thank God for NATO, for having strong allies. And last but not least, Madam Markéta Pekarová-Adamová. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, today we mark not only 25 years in joining NATO, but on Friday it will be 85th anniversary. And I'm glad that some did not look at Ukraine the way that Mr. Fiala did in his speech, because it's important to realize that in Ukraine the fight is also for our freedom. We stand ready to help. And if someone here in the Czech political scene says that we should not give precedence to Ukraine, to our people, I emphasize that we help Ukraine because of our people, not at their expense. It's important to emphasize this, because if we want to live in peace and security for the next 25 years, we have to start acting now. And it's not only about our defense spending, and I think it should be more than 2% GDP. I think the 2% GDP is a bare minimum, but it's also about how we talk about those who devoted their lives to serving in army, to serving this country. And I would like to emphasize how much we appreciate those of you who serve in army, those of you who are also in various missions. So please tell it to all your colleagues, both men and women, those who are willing to risk their lives in missions, because we as politicians very much appreciate them, and we as citizens are grateful to them. That's why we also have to give you good weapons, because it's not only a question of deterrence, but also about saving lives and protecting the lives of those who risk them in these conflicts. We also have to clearly name the risks and threats. It's not just Russia, it's also China, Iran, terrorism, and even some local players. We have to clearly name our threats and security risks, because security cannot be taken for granted. It is an absolute necessity for their lives that we have and want to have. Thank you.
Dámy a pánové, já si dle předem doladěného programu dovolím nyní do toho vstoupit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to jump in because, as was mentioned by the moderator, this political panel is our family silver, so to say. We are grateful that both presidents remained here, but of course I'm sure you all understand that thanks to the very busy agenda and also president's return back to the US, we will have to say goodbye to them. But please do not leave this hall now. We will stand up to say goodbye to them, but then our program will continue.
Dámy a pánové, děkuji za aplaus, který doprovodil našeho dnešního.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the round of applause to say goodbye to our dear guest today. Now I would like to ask the panelists to answer a set of questions, let's say by using the signaling flags. Green is yes, red means no, yellow means abstention. And I would like to ask you to vote to make it clear what your position is to the audience. And we can then discuss the answers later on. The first question, has NATO enlargement strengthened the security of the Czech Republic? We can see clear yes, clear unanimity. Question number 2, should the Czech Republic stay member of NATO in the future? Okay, it's more difficult now. Question 3, do you agree that the Czech Republic should have 2% GDP defense spending? Again, the same result as during the previous vote. Another question, are you in favor of continued support, military support to Ukraine? Thank you. And the last question. We're talking about historical enlargement of NATO. Are you in favor of Ukraine becoming one day member of NATO? Thank you. Thank you. I think you've all seen how the panelists voted. And now we stand here to remind or to mark 25 years since we joined NATO, and on the 4th of April, NATO will mark its 75th anniversary. And if we look 25 years ahead of time, what should the alliance do in order to be successful in the face of the challenges to come? Well, I think it's important to continue the current trend. I think nobody unified us just like Putin did. It was thanks to Putin's aggression that we have 2 new members. And it's glad that we are able to use this unity and resolve, and we should continue this trend. It's very important for us to continue investing into our security, and the 2% should be a very minimum. And it should be not only so in the Czech Republic, but in all allied countries. So the 2% should be the floor, not the ceiling. It took us a long time to achieve. And but it was in peaceful time, and now we are in the times of war. That's why we should increase the spending. And we should continue with the enlargement. When you ask about enlargement and inclusion of Ukraine, I think here in Europe there is no country that would have more experience with war and with fighting. And that's why we should do everything in our power so that once the war is over and Ukraine prevails, which I hope it will, Ukraine can become another full-fledged member of NATO. Because now it is Ukraine that fights off the biggest threat in our continent. So Ukraine not only deserves it, but it's necessary for Ukraine to join NATO at some point. Of course, we should talk about the quality and modernization of equipment and of defense systems and so on. So I'm not the best person to discuss these things, but generally speaking, I think we should modernize to be able to react to all the problems and to all the threats and challenges ahead of us. And we should, of course, accept those who are willing to join. Minister Rakušan, what about your vision of the next 25 years? It's a political discussion, so I will start by a political appeal. So I think in all countries of NATO we should vote or elect statesmen who will not cast doubt on the position of NATO, so that NATO is combat and action ready, so that we can depend on a strong ally on the other side of the Atlantic, and so that more and more countries help or increase their defense spending. We have this unity now, and we all are aware about how politics can interfere in these efforts. Apart from that, I think that in Europe we should not be only those who look on the other side of the Atlantic, but we should also strengthen the European pillar of NATO. We should realize that Europe also has to contribute to NATO and its future. We have to bear this in mind also in our domestic political decision making. We shouldn't be a black passenger who only relies on others helping it. We also have to contribute to our own security. And just like Margareta mentioned before, another thing that I would like to mention, we should draw lessons from our naivete. Just like President Clinton mentioned before, we thought that some countries would be friendly, would be friends, would change and will be best buddies, but it turns out that some historical facts still remain today. And we should be aware that the risk in the East, be it Russia or China, are not going anywhere. Now we can see that these risks have actually escalated recently, and it can be so in the future as well. So we should perhaps adapt our mindsets to these realities. Radim Fiala, how is your view the same or different from the previous speakers? I have a very brief reaction. I think that NATO should remain a defense pact, and it should protect its members. That's the main role of NATO, and I cannot really say much more. I think that in the next 25 years, nothing should change on that. Mr. Alexander Vondra? Well, we civic democrats call it alliance, not a pact. And I think it's in our best interest to make sure that during the next 25 years, the alliance will remain functional, strong, and united. But the following is needed for that. On the one hand, we have our homework. So we should not only consume security, but we should also produce security. Because otherwise, we will weaken the collective security if we don't contribute with our part. We have to have sufficient defense spending. We need to keep our army in the best condition, in the best state. We have to equip it with the best equipment and weapons, and we have to realize that defense is a matter that concerns us all. And there's also another side to this story, and that it has a lot to do with international politics, because it's not all in our hands. But we can contribute to it. We can contribute to strengthening the alliance, not weakening it. The European playground is very important. Here in Europe, we have to look for allies, so that also here in Europe, where the Russian threat is not so imminently felt, like here in the eastern part of the continent, so that also there is a will to spend enough money on defense. And we should also make sure that we don't send the signal to the United States saying, oh, okay, so they don't need us anymore, they have their own European army, even though there is no such thing as a European army, so that the US don't feel that we don't need them anymore. Last but not least, we need to communicate with the US allies better, or with the US ally. Of course, the nature of the world keeps changing. With the growing multipolar world, a new redistribution of power and influence is being created. And in this transformational environment, it's vital for Europe to keep the transatlantic line strong and open, to have respect in America, communicate better, and use less labels.
Deputy Chairman Bartošek, so what the future, the next 25 years should be? I see it as a free alliance of free countries and people that will defend this free world in which we live, and we will be a part of it. Also, we will be part of the alliance that will be strong in all the domains, on land, air, also water, cyberspace, and space. I also hope that all the governments will be able to resolve the issue of a demographic decline. The future professions have already been born. And that's the beginning and the end for not only of the Czech Republic, but also other members of the NATO. What I consider important is that we are able to respond to the wildness on social media and open up the question of algorithm setting, because polarization of the society and the spreading of hatred, it's high, and we have to find a way how to defend ourselves to that. Also, I firmly believe that as far as modern technologies are concerned, it's important to develop these technologies, to own them, and to use them for our defense, and not to freely trade them. In the future, there will be a crucial question on how to approach the rivalry presented by China, and also for the future represented by Iran. It's important to communicate with our strategic partners who are not members of NATO, but who are our close allies, such as the State of Israel. I firmly believe that in the future that we will have good quality cooperation in the future. And what I see as of key importance, irrespective who will be in power, who will be in opposition, the defense of the Czech Republic and protecting our common interest will be the shared national value, and the acquisition and procurement will not be questioned depending on the changes in the government, as in order to have peace in the world, NATO needs to be the strongest and most advanced alliance in the world. The same question to Minister Bartoš. I will follow up on Honza Bartošek. As NATO is the only organization that is really ready to defend and protect freedom and sovereignty of its members, and we have to keep that. That's the only guarantee. You asked about the 25 years to come. President Clinton said that we didn't know but Mr. Havel was quite stubborn in his position, and we just took the chance. During the summit in Madrid, we prepared the roadmap for until 2030. And the pillars are there, as mentioned by Honza Bartošek. So if we follow the joint plan, then the future will be as we see it, even further down into the future. An important ability that help you in the negotiation, and that's the experience of all significant diplomats and statesmen, is that if you want to be taken as an equal partner, you have to show that you are not afraid. And it's one of the pillars, just to show and to be able to deter, to show deterrence, not to show your weaknesses, not to have them, and also be able to have the army and to deploy it when and if needed. And I also liked the words by Sasha Vondra when we were presiding the EU in the post-COVID times. Member states were focusing on their national issues, but the Czech presidency, whether individual ministers or prime minister, we talked about open strategic autonomy. That says we are Europe, European Union, but we are democratic countries and we seek our partners in transatlantic bond, USA, Australia, etc. And the future is to belong among democratic countries of the world that then protect its partners. No one else can guarantee that. So let's go back to the present. We have to keep supporting Ukraine and not to let the expansioning of Russia and not to exchange the territory for peace. Although perhaps the war is not taking place right now at the territory of an EU member state, but the trajectory could turn. And one more look into the future from Karel Havlíček. I had the opportunity to speak as the last one, so I took some notes. So if we want to shift, we have to look critically into the past and take the lesson. I was happy to hear what both presidents said with regard to the relations with Russia that were underestimated in the past 20 years. But I took note of three important things that we should draw a lesson. 9/11, that we tend to forget, then the Russia-Ukrainian conflict, and also the conflict in Gaza. And I'm saying that because all of that is in the situation when we are using the most advanced technologies. We have new threats, cyber threat, and despite all of that we have all these technologies, we see huge attacks. Someone will cut through the fence in Gaza as part of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. So if we want to move forward and we want to have NATO in the same position as it used to be, we have to defend values of the Western democracies or that Western world. And the location is not important. It could be even in the East. It's not geographical location. So if these countries share that the highest values are freedom of an individual, of business, that it's family, success, religious freedom, that should be the role of NATO to defend these values. Thank you very much. Lady and gentlemen, please quick response. Is there anything that you have heard from your colleagues that you strongly disagree or strongly agree and you would like to highlight that? Would somebody like to speak up? Radim Fiala. I have to respond. As perhaps colleagues would want to respond to me, I don't think that to keep war in Ukraine is the right direction for Europe, for the Czech Republic. And Sasha Vondra will perhaps have an opposing opinion. I firmly believe that the situation in Ukraine, as said by Ivan Bartoš, that we cannot fail, and it was also said by the Minister of the Interior, that we have to keep supporting Ukraine and keep continuing the war. I believe that there is no military solution to the conflict. And if there is a solution, military solution, it's what I mentioned, that the conflict can easily become a nuclear conflict, although within the limited range. And that's why what you said, well, your question provoked me to speak up and to say what I wanted to say, and I know that I am the only one with such an opinion, but perhaps that should be Alexandre Bondra. All of us want peace in Ukraine, but what we completely differ in is how to achieve the peace. The talks from Prague that no peace, well, these talks will not make sure that there will be peace in Ukraine. This is the way for Ukraine to capitulate, for Russia to be back where it already was, very close to our borders. And this is something we do not want to see. And I would not succumb to the words of Dmitry Medvedev. It's not the task to actually use the words of nuclear war. I think that we have sufficient deterrence capacities, whether we are talking about the USA, Great Britain, or France. And they know how to pursue this policy. And we truly, well, the advice given by SPD will not help us. Peace in Ukraine can be achieved when three conditions are met. First of all, Russia would agree. Second, Ukraine would agree. And we have the Munich experience, and we should not give any advice, because we also did not like it when somebody decided about us. And then Ukraine needs to actually find support domestically. And then somebody needs to guarantee the peace, so that the peace is not just a break for Vladimir Putin to wake up and to attack from Transnistria or Crimea, closing the way for Ukraine to reach the world, and then he will continue and go towards Kiev. This is not peace. This is an invitation for further war. And if there is peace, it has to be guaranteed. You were the only one showing the red card against the guarantee, and this is a major difference, because the only guarantee, and this is not something that we can provide. We do not have the means of deterrence, but the West can do it, either the Americans, the British, or the French. So let's not complicate it by stupid words. Well, Sasha has said it. I would just add, in response to Mr. Fiala, it's not a surprise. We've been keeping hearing that from the representatives of this political party, but we also keep hearing that from ANO. And when I hear a representative of ANO that the words that do not correspond with words that they say elsewhere, we need to remind us ourselves. When they say that others do not want peace, of course we want peace, not only in Ukraine but also here, but you cannot achieve peace if Ukraine capitulates. When Russia reaches its goals, and in the long run it will continue as what Russia transparently says. Let's listen to what representatives from Russia say. Let's not take it easy. It's not just for their domestic audience. It's not like that. And if you invite for peace conferences from Prague, or to say that the peace conference should be organized here in Prague, there is a peace plan. It was presented by President Zelensky. It said peace for zero. And this is a well-known thing. It is Russia that doesn't want to negotiate about peace. And if you neglect this contact, you actually help Russia. Mr. Bartošek and Rakušan, I hope that you will not be angry with me and that I will let Karel Havlíček to respond. Well, you know, I thought that you would be nicer to me when I suggested that you could start talking first. But what I said wrong, perhaps I will stick to what Mr. Fiala has said, and also I will stick to the responses. No one wants Ukraine to capitulate. No one wants Russia to celebrate. But you need to look at it from the perspective of not what we want, but what the reality is. Nothing more, nothing less. I quite like the former Chief of Staff, Šedivý. I like reading his articles and reading his opinions. He has a very realistic point of view. He just talks about positive and negative limits of both parties to the war. Just look at what could be the positive and negative limits, and let's start from that. We just cannot want to see what would be the ideal situation. We also need to have plan B, plan C, and get ready for these. Every war will end one day. It could be the end of the war, it could be peace, that could be various scenarios. Look at the end of Korean War. Nothing has been confirmed definitely until today. So there are many scenarios. You cannot close your eyes. But the situation is tragic, and the capital invested by both Russia and Ukraine, the capital, human capital, finances, political capital, and also the capital of Europe and of the United States is huge. And every single additional week and month means more capital, and it will be more and more difficult. So let's not ridicule anybody who wants to finish this war, although I do realize that the situation of the Czech Republic, being a small country, is not that important.
Well, I shouldn't have let Mr. Havlíček talk first. Well, I think our parliament and House of Deputies have an epitome of peacemakers. Those who feel they have the right to talk about peace now feel that everyone else is against them and that everyone else wants war. No, nobody wants the war. Nobody sitting in the House of Deputies of the Czech Republic wants to have a war. But all we want is to prevent the defeat of Ukraine. That's what we've been saying. I was 11 years old during the previous communist era, but I still remember the signs that were everywhere. Peace to the world. But who was talking about peace? It was the biggest warmongers among us, those who tried to disarm the West for years. So let's not use these labels, let's not use these empty slogans, and let's not try to create this artificial pretense in our society that one side of, or some politicians want peace, whereas the others want war. That's why they support Ukraine. That's not true. We support Ukraine because it's our commitment, because it's a higher moral principle. And once Ukraine has a peaceful plan, we have to support it, and support it using diplomatic channels. But we cannot have peace that is created by the Russian aggression, or pushed through by the Russian aggression. Mr. Bartošek, thank you.
What is the Russian world, comrades?
I think some of you remember what the Russian peace means, with tanks underneath our windows. That's what our Russian peace means. The Russians are the same. Their worldview has not changed. We are vassal states for them, and their view of Europe is the following. The eastern states, the Czech Republic, they are our zone of influence. Get out of here. And if we say yes, that's the position of Russia that we will respect, then I'm telling you, no, I do not want to go back into Russian slavery. It was enough for us to voluntarily give up our energy security. When we said that, Russian oil is actually a good thing, and we became the victim of blackmail from Russia. We have to start looking at the world through a different prism. We have to change our mindsets. The Russians will not change. If there will not be Putin at the helm, there will be another criminal. Russian government is an organized crime unit, not a statehood. That's the world that we are fighting. That's the world that we have to defend ourselves against. Because the moment Russian soldier steps into soil, they start talking about Russian peace with all its perverse values. So, if there is a peace to be in Ukraine, I'll tell you what it will be like. The Russian troops will leave both Ukraine as well as the Crimea. They will pay for all the damage caused. They will apologize to Ukrainian people, and then that's the moment when a dialogue can start. The future of Ukraine will be decided by the Ukrainians. But if a weaker state is attacked, and we have this experience ourselves, then based on our historical experience, it is our necessity. It is mandatory for us, and it is our duty to help the weaker. We can help through solidarity and courage, or we can flee any conflict as cowards. I want to build the world on dignity, on pride, on mutual help. Thank you. Minister Bartoš wanted to add something as well. Well, I do not want to say that we are all against Mr. Havlíček here, but I'm glad that when it comes to important votes, be it the DCA or our debate regarding the 2% GDP defense spending, I'm glad that we managed to see eye to eye. I've been very briefly in politics, and I already got used to the fact that some political parties use populism instead of arguments. And now I understand that it's relevant politics for some. But there are some limits and borders, such as the borders of sovereign states, where regardless of what your political stand is, these are the borders that you should not cross. These are the lines that you should not cross. Regardless of your political position, there are certain lines that shouldn't be crossed. Unfortunately, we don't have the sound. Something wrong with the sound. We apologize.
Tak, zdá se, že mikrofon pana ministra skutečně nefunguje.
Looks like the minister's microphone is not working. Okay, thank you. Mr. Bartošek. Well, so the moment that a politician is talking publicly, and for instance, we don't have the chairman of ANO movement here, but the moment a politician starts talking about weakening our support to Ukraine, it's becoming dangerous, and I don't think it's good to to use populism and signs of Wagner's and so on in public and, admire Putin, because populism can only go so far. I'm okay with fighting disinformation in politics, but I think that there are certain lines that should not be crossed, and we should remind ourselves of that time and again. They didn't even test our politicians whether they had not crossed this, let's say, red line, whether they are not spreading rumors and disinformation themselves, because it can then radicalize certain parts of our society. And sometimes it's almost scary to see what some citizens can write in their emails, on their social media, how they perceive history. And these are the same people who can claim that the West gave up on us after the Munich Agreement, but now they do the same with Ukraine. So I was glad when we had a government meeting when the war started, and one thing was said clearly: the Czech Republic will support Ukraine, will help Ukraine, and it will help it because it is a good thing to do. And we will not turn our backs on Ukraine, because it has happened to us in the past. We know how politics of appeasement can take you. So thank you very much.
I would like to hear a response by Karel Havlíček. Thank you. Fight with disinformation cannot be won by giving somebody labels. I remember when I was young, I read Remark a lot, and sometimes it seems to me that I'm like in the society of soldiers going back home from work, and everybody knew what's going to be like and what the strategy is going to be. I do not want to scare you by that. I actually agree with what you've said with respect to Russia. It was quite exact and right, but you didn't say B, that the finale is how you imagine it. Just leave it. And this is what 99% or 100% of people want to see, that Russia will leave. But the real situation is different, and we need to know what will happen if that will not succeed. What will be scenario B? What is going on today? And I do not want to talk about what Pope has said or other people. I just go back to the negative and positive restrictions mentioned by Mr. Šedivý. What will happen if the scenario that you want to see will not happen when we are here in a year time, 2 years time, and the border is again moved? Would you like to respond? And I just remind you, we have a couple of seconds left. It is Ukraine who needs to say how they see their future. We cannot dictate them. So we have 3 more minutes, and it's not enough time for yet another topic that I wanted to discuss. Topics mentioned yesterday by the Polish president and today by Czech president, whether we should perhaps raise the 2% limit of military spending. I would like to therefore just ask you for a simple answer, yes or no, or a short sentence. I would say yes, that we should continue. We've set 2% during peaceful time. This is not peaceful time anymore for more than 2 years, so NATO should agree on raising the limit. Vít Rakušan? In general, yes, but do not see me as a lobbyist from my ministry. We need to look also at the spending on internal security. That is single security, and no security can be taken for granted. So I believe that we should also strengthen internal security. Radim Fiala, with our deficits of state budget, I'm asking you, are we going to lend money or are we going to raise taxes? Alexander Vondra. Well, just when we talk about the defense spending, we first of all needs to fulfill the 2%, and we are not quite there yet this year. we also need to discuss the option of raising it if the security situation stays on. Jan Bartošek, 2% definitely. There could be development, 2%. As it is said, it's correct. It's not only about money, it's also about public presentation. I hope that ANO will stop doubting the procurement of F-35s and similar things because F-35 will going to secure the whole alliance. It's not only about money. Minister Bartoš, I'm glad that we reached the conclusion of a guaranteed stable budget, because we used to say in the past that the army cannot procure long term, and the plan for modernization of army corresponds to 2%. That's the minimum. So let's not say that we have reached this wonderful number. I believe that information literacy is the obligatory military service of these days. So lots of investment that is not in the budget of the Ministry of Defense and Interior, also investment into our security, whether we talk about education, science, and R&D. Mr. Havlíček. It's easy to spend 2 to 3% of GDP in a stupid way. It is important to know what you procure, how you procure it, and what is it going to be used for. So we can talk about what could be better. Let's stick to 2%. We've agreed on that, and it's up to the politicians to strictly control that the money is spent efficiently and effectively. And when talking about F-35, it's a good aircraft. We could have negotiated for a longer time. You can explain it to the Swedish ambassador. So thank you very much. Our time is up. And I would like to thank all the panelists and invite Zbigněk Pavlačík to the stage. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The time has passed very quickly today. I would like to thank all of you, in particularly this traditional finale, our family silver of this conference, this political panel. Unlike the Warsaw Pact that made the decision by marshals, NATO is the alliance where politicians make decisions. So thank you very much for participating every year in this concluding panel of our conference, because we believe that it is irreplaceable and important. Thank you very much to all of you for your active participation. And we believe that this 11th edition has been successful. We already think about the topics for the next conference that will take place in an environment that is not boring. And traditionally, this is not the end of this event. We have race service representatives here on my left-hand side. This company is hosting the glass of wine at the place where we had lunch. So I would like to invite you for the glass of wine on behalf of race service. So thank you very much and have a nice afternoon.
Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
Vysoká škola CEVRO se snaží rozvíjet toho člověka jako takového, aby se uplatnil přesně v tom oboru, ve kterém se vzdělává.
Jsem ráda za to, že nejsem jenom číslo v systému.
Naši absolventi se dostávají do velmi vysokých pozic.
Vím, že můj zaměstnavatel věděl o vysoké škole CEVRO a věděl, že to teda známka kvality.
Diplom z vysoké školy CEVRO má velkou hodnotu v soukromé sféře, v biznisu, ale také ve veřejné správě.
Tady jsou vždycky lidi z praxe. Když máme bezpečnostní strategii, tak tady jsou lidi, kteří ji psali.
Vlastně skoro každý týden tady můžete potkat někoho, kdo něco znamená.
Já zejména kladu důraz na to, aby hledali primární zdroje, aby se nenechali ovládat.
Co mě nejvíc baví je, že kdykoliv těm svým vyučujícím můžu zavolat, napsat.
A doopravdy to studium nebylo jenom samotné studium, ale i to řešení těch problémů v tom profesním životě, kterým se setkáváte.
Nás dobře připravili prostě právě na to, jak rychle se ten svět vyvíjí.
Naučil mě to přemýšlet o některých mechanismech, které se v té společnosti dějou.
Ta praktičnost, po které já prahnu, tak prostě to byla v každé přednášce.
V podstatě hnedka moje první práce. Nebylo to pro mě žádný velký střet s realitou, protože už ten střet s realitou jsem v podstatě zažila tady.
Vysoká škola by měla těm studentům předat nejenom ty znalosti a vědomosti, které tady nabudou, ale zejména i nějaké morální hodnoty.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Už 25 let nejsme na obranu sami. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme NATO.
We are NATO. An alliance of like-minded countries. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats. Crisis responders. We are NATO.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.